streaming. Looks like we're good. Let's open this up. No streams yet. Hang on. What's up, guys? As soon as this, as soon as we get some streams. No new streams. Select live sources. One of these days it'll find them. But we got that car. We're gonna be doing the whole thing with the windshield. There we go. Wow, that was loud. Oh, I could connect it to this Mac. That makes sense. Well, let's turn that down for now. Is there a way to just tell it to mute? I don't want
What tint do you recommend and who to order from?
Whoa! I know. I gotta figure out which remote it is now, too.
Shout out from South Los Angeles at Holmes Tint.
Not that one. Not that one. Oh, it's this one. It's on 99? Really? Okay, why did it stop? Seriously? I saw it. I didn't think that would be the...
Hi.
Maybe we can just hit that. How do you mute? Mac mini speaker. Okay, we'll just switch it to that and then turn that down. There we go. We figured it out. All the other button, or the power button, works on all of them. What do you recommend and who to order from? GeoShield. That's what we're using right now. So we're going to pull up a car here. We got to go with a Hyundai. Hyundai Ionic 5? Right? What are ninja blades? Ninja blades are these really thin black carbon steel blades. They've been dubbed the ninja blade because they're very thin and very sharp. They're really good at cutting top edges. This one, right? No, not this one. What year is this? Double check. That's why. It's an 18. I'm way too new. $2018. Hyundai Ionic. There we go. Now we got it. Okay, so we have 20%. That's what we're going to be doing first. Let's go ahead and cut some back doors, shall we? Go to cut board, 36-inch roll. This is loaded from yesterday, so we actually don't have to change anything. We just click cut, and then it should work. We're using core. Let me grab a... I'm practicing on my Lexus. Is it hard car to start with? What kind of Lexus is it? They have more than one. Some of them are not so bad, and some of them are a bit of a pain in the butt. Okay, so we have a bit of a different spot today. So this is actually going to be exactly what my mobile setup used to be. Used to have a spray tank, used to set it in like the rear corner of a car. Get a long enough hose, gets around most of the car. Oh, I got a fan tip. I'm not a fan. That's okay. Make sure we flush this out. And we're going to start with taping some seals. ES300H. Speakers kind of get in the way on an ES, but you can remove the top door seal there. Well worth doing. Do you make beats? No. I make tint. So this is from 2018. And you can see just general dirt buildup on the seals. Can I use 30-degree stainless? You could. They don't make any, or the only one that I knew of was very expensive, like $1 a blade. So the only real stainless blades that are out there are not 30. I have a transponder sticker on my windshield. Does it have to come off? Unless you want to laminate it in your windshield. You can tint over stickers. They just, can be ugly. I'm looking into a backpack sprayer. Does one fill last an entire car? It depends on how much water you use. For me, no. But I go a little spray heavy. How far are you guys backed up? Into next week. We got an opening. Oh, don't set plastic on clay bars. Into next week. We have a class next week, though. So 3 of those days are blocked off specifically for that. We do have an open spot on Monday. What program do you use to cut the film? We use Core. We don't always use Core, but we do use it sometimes. Trying to start a side tinting business, but I haven't done one customer car yet on my own. I'm afraid of messing up. You just gotta eventually say, fuck it. And do it. And getting over the first couple of customers is gonna be rough. If you have any more friends and family that you could do just to get a couple more vehicles in. But it's rough. When I was starting mine, I knew how to tint. I had been tinting for years, and I was over planning everything. So I wanted like a website, I wanted a pretty setup, I wanted this, I wanted that, and a lot of it just turned into excuses just to like not get started. So easy to buy stuff and overplan. Do you think I should go for 2 days training or keep practicing in my garage? It's entirely up to you. In-person training is a great accelerator. So if you're like having difficulty with some specific things, We actually have one day sessions. That's what my brother Daniel is doing right now over there. So somebody came in to learn just kind of like everything about auto, get some focus training. Do you recommend the program, or is it better to start cutting your with film yourself? So Core is a little bit more limited now, which is kind of annoying, but it's the only software that I'm pretty much going to use other than maybe Computer Cut. But having a plotter and software can definitely help because you can generally get good enough, like decent patterns, not amazing patterns, but decent enough patterns. And it just helps getting you going that much quicker. But if you don't learn how to hand cut, you can easily become very dependent and like, oh, I'll learn that later, I'll learn that later. And then you just don't. Maybe I should put that. Yeah, let me do that. Let me just put this closer. I could need a rolling glass board. This isn't quite that. This will work as one, but it's not quite a rolling glass board. It's a rolling peel board. Slash table. I know somebody that's got free cuts, but then I just get cars they just didn't have. Yeah. Yeah. Core is really good on staying on top of things. And they have the best patterns that I've seen, but they're not perfect. Definitely not perfect. But it depends on the vehicle. Some have been like damn near perfect. So we're gonna find out with this one. I need a trash can. I need some prettier trash cans. Did my first car last week. It's kind of difficult to cut, but I did it. Nice, good job. It gets better and better. The more you do it, the faster you get at it. Even after training, like the first car that I did by myself took, I want to say, like over 6 hours. Do we have one of the fun heat guns today? This one? I will take this one. Oh, it's it's fine. It'll do. That'll do. That'll do. I practice 2 hours a day, 3 days a week. At night, with my other job already, 20 attempts on front and rear. None's perfect. Perfection is really tough. It's kind of what it takes, though. Just practice as much as you can. What does the heat gun do? The heat gun shrinks the film. We want the film to lay smooth on the glass. The film will not lay smooth on the glass unless we shrink it. So basically shaping it to fit the window. Oh, you're fine. I'm grabbing this. Has the film scratched when you wash the car? No. Film goes on the inside. It's not there yet, but trust me, it'll get there. I used a whole 30-meter roll. I'm not able to get one window perfect yet. Well, you want to shoot for really, really good. Don't kill yourself with perfection. Well, what can happen is you'll sit there and try and touch up a window and screw it up just trying to make it look good enough. Some of the results that you get are very customer acceptable, but it does depend some on the customer. It's retail. You can have crazy people, so you never know. But there should be just a certain level of clean, that there's nothing major that grabs your eye. So if you have to get really close to a window and hunt for stuff, generally means you did a good job. How do you know you got all the old glue off? When you retint it, and then you still find a piece of glue, then you do it again. And then when you don't see any more glue, that's how you can tell best, is just tinting it. Can tint be removed? Not factory, but aftermarket, yes. So the tint that we're applying now can definitely be removed later. Not exactly fun to do, but it can. How does leftover glue look after retinting? It'll look patchy. You'll see it. Speckles, hairs, dirt, creases, glue patches, you'll see them. You use a ton of water? Thank you. I appreciate it. You used a lot of letters in your comment. Trying to tint a Volkswagen. Every time I tint it, there's a bunch of fingers on the inside. It needs to be shrunk more. Part of it can just be how you're installing the film. So you want to make sure everything is spread out evenly. So this one, for example, I squeegee out the top portion, but I'm trying to spread this out and up. And then this, I'm going to spread out and down. If I bunch things up, we're going to have a bad day. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you. What soap are you using? We're using Tint Slip. The slipperiest Tint Slip. I guess another question is it too much if we get a pretty result and we don't damage anything? It's hard to say. It's definitely hard to say. Posting a video, well, that might be difficult to do. It can be helpful because you might get some good feedback on what you're doing wrong. Because shrinking, I mean, I've seen people mess up in so many different ways. And sometimes it's really hard to get across. Like what we see as installers is different from what new people see a lot of the time. But you need to look at it as a big flat sheet. And you need to take some of the flatness out of it and make it curve. So, I don't know. Some people, they don't really realize like their shrinking just makes it look goofy or you're not shrinking enough. Generally, people will squeegee out all the fingers or a lot of them, and then they'll only shrink a few. If you only see a couple and then you tint it and then big fingers pop up, when you go to shrink it next time, just push the film inwards and make some bigger fingers and shrink those, and then you shouldn't have an issue. All right, so quarter window. That door window was a little wide, but it worked really well. So top edge was great. We're gonna go to the back windows, quarter windows. Does all that water mess the door window up? Yes. And we make everybody sign a waiver that when we tint their car will no longer be functional. It's just to look at. And they're like, yes, I didn't want a functional car. Okay, so we're putting the shrink on the sides here. And then we're gonna cut all this. Like what the fuck, man? Look at this shop. Well, how am I supposed to stay in business if I'm screwing up everybody's car? Being that in the nicest way possible. That's right. When we cover up all the door panels and tape the seals and spend extra time on your vehicle to try and make sure it turns out good, we just also completely obliterate all the electronics while we're at it. We're just like, yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. I wish I could tint. You can tint. Anybody can tint. It just takes longer for some people, but I think it's statistically impossible to forever be bad at it. I think eventually you win. But it's a frustrating thing. And there's definitely times and days where I'm like, I don't want to do this. A funny bugger. You're a funny bugger. And thank you, appreciate it. What tape to use for the seal? So we're using a product called Seal Guard. And we will have our panel guard here soon enough. I don't have an exact date, but it shouldn't be too much longer. Probably like another week. But I like to cover up the door panels. Wait, why am I covering up the door panels if I'm zapping the electronics? What are we doing? This makes no sense. Same with bodywork. Some days I don't know why. I think it gets that way with most things. You get a job and you're just like, oh, fuck my life. Watching you is part of my morning routine. Nice. It's like me and coffee. Coffee every day, all day. I see you doing it so smoothly. I've got long. Got her home. Okay, that's good. I got a lot of years doing the exact same thing over and over again. Is it difficult? It can be. With tinting, there's a bunch of subtle BS going on. So, this, for example, I don't really see fingers popping up much at all. And if I just do this, and I take a heat gun, I didn't shrink anything. So, let me show you guys how to create some fingers if you need to. Without strinking. What's strinking? Strinking, I like that word. Can the tint be installed? Yes, it just looks like shit. You can skip any step. As long as you just take the tint and slap it on the window. I mean, you technically have tinted windows. Whether or not they look good is another thing. Okay, so I got a window, and I don't really see much on fingers, but if I install it, I'm probably gonna get some fingers popping up. But see, if I just take it and I just squeegeed it flat, I don't see any fingers. Well, let's make some. Put the film on the glass, make sure everything is soaked down. Start on the top, anchor that side, and now just push inwards a little bit. See, like that. And then squeegee that side down. And now what you have done is you have pushed bulk to the bottom, and now we got fingers popping up at the bottom. That can be shrunk. So when I snap shrink, I effectively am shrinking those fingers. I just do it a little bit differently. I pick it up, and I don't need to look at fingers to shrink it. I just hit the bottom with heat, and I'm causing that film to tighten up along the bottom. So that's going to get rid of any type of fingers that pop up within like a certain size range, really. I should stick to one side. Let me do that. See, this is as if I were a mobile tinter, because I am all my stuff is up there, and I'm using just a single spray tank, single extension cord. Are you fix a bubble vac window? You remove it and start over. You don't just fix it by tinting it or by doing anything to the film other than removing it and retinting it. It's a failed adhesive. Oof. Wow. It doesn't look it, but that is a dusty sticker. Do we get package? Is it exciting or is it boring? Oh, it is boring. It's the extra scrapers. You know, we got hosed on that deal. They had like 15 on back order for like 3 days. So they shipped the initial order, and then they shipped those out later and still bill us for shipping. Is there extra stuff in there? Or are those all just scrapers? 7. So literally 7. That cost me an additional $15 to ship because they didn't wait like 2 days to ship them. That's so dumb. That like adds cost to everything. So we buy them direct from Martyr, and I placed an order. I got them. Cool. And then I didn't realize some were back ordered. And then they just like ship the extra ones 2 days later. And then I get billed another like $12 to $15 for shipping. Like, are you kidding me? Now you gotta add $12 to $15 for shipping amongst 7 scrapers. You just eat that shit. That's annoying. That's a relatively small, but like, come on. All right, we're gonna tuck this one in. Start with the long side. These are a little tighter too. I'm gonna curl this up and then slide that into my seal. Then we're gonna take this side, pull this back a little bit, tuck that into my seal. Make sure the top edge looks nice and is very close. Then we're gonna grab our pink clean. And we're gonna grab a tri-edge card. Wiggle, wiggle. Looks like that's stuck. And we roll up our window. Flush out the bottom area here, especially from all that sticker dust. Pull out the liner. Flushy flush. And tuck, tucky tuck. What are we doing? I don't know. We two-stage way more than bottom load. I hardly ever bottom load. I've just been doing this way more, way longer. Didn't really even realize another way was a thing. So it's much easier, even with tighter seals on most cars. It's just way more easy for me to just not worry about taking it apart. Because then I got to figure out how to take it apart. How does this come apart? I don't know. It's probably easy. But do I know how? No. Not off the top of my head. I'd have to go look up a video and figure it out. But by the time I've done that, I've tinted the door window. So I know things that I would try. Just pop the seal back, look for a couple screws, check out a video quick. Like, it's not going to take that long, but again, the window's already tinted in that time that it would take me to do that. So I just don't want to. Oh, this thing about one sprayer. I'm gonna grab this one. Do you allow people to stop by the shop and meet you? Yes. You can buy tools here too. We're friendly peoples. What Graphtec plotter? I have a FC 9000. It's as overkill of a machine as you're gonna find. And some of it doesn't matter. But I liked it, so I got it. These are the new OG bottles. They're definitely nice bottles. I don't know if I'd use them for tinting, but we got like 10 of them. What's your thoughts on Tint X film? I see a lot of big shops doing it with confidence. I feel like most of those big shops do not care about the products that they install. They're just purely going for numbers. And for many people, there's kind of this like, you know, if they go somewhere that talks confidently about it, they're not really going to question it. And then, you know, it's like when Teslas first came out and had all these panel gaps and stuff, they still sold a ton of them. They had quality control issues and problems, and the company would just keep trying to fix it. A lot of tint shops are the same way. It's install a film and cross your fingers, and if you have issues, then we hope that they will actually step up and fix them. But I don't have any confidence in those films, really. It's just trying to get the film for about as cheap as you possibly can. So I don't do a business that way. But I'm not going to beat anybody up about it. Every shop is different. You gotta convert this 1 ounce per gallon in a spray bottle, like a 32 ounce spray bottle. God, how much was it? I'll do like a quarter to half of an ounce. It just depends. But you can start lighter and then make it heavier, or opposite. It really doesn't matter. Just like take some soap, throw it in a bottle, and then see what happens. If your film sticks really bad, then just add more. You're not gonna screw it up by having way too much soap, or if anything, there's generally too little soap and then your film sticks really bad. Is it normal to have small bubbles after tint installation? It is normal, but it's not a good thing. Why are the Graphtec plotters so expensive? It totally depends on the industry that you're in. Graphtec plotters are top of the line. They're made for so much more than just tinting. So there's quite a few different industries that use plotters. So yes, vinyl signage is a thing, but on top of that, you have like die-cut stickers and whatnot. So you have big-ass companies that will just have a printer. They'll print out hundreds of thousands of stickers every day, and then they'll just have multiple Graphtec machines just like cutting out, doing thousands upon thousands of cuts all day, every day. You just need, like, it's a workhorse machine. Using it for window tint is almost silly. But when people say, what is the best plotter, Graphtec gets brought up because they are the best machines, so people just keep buying the best. There's quite a few other machines that are totally fine, that are less expensive. But you'll notice when you have the best product, even though it's expensive, you win over a certain client base just for having that best. Is it harder to tint in cold weather? No. Yes and no. If you don't have like any heat in your space, yes. So you want to do something about that. But in the wintertime, it's perfectly fine. We'll tint exactly the same. Yeah, they've been around for, GraphTech's been around for a long time. My dad's shop has a GraphTech FC 7000. So not even like a uber nice, uber expensive machine when they got it. It's been running so many cars since 2005. It's so 20 fucking years? Good God. I bet it's like $100. What? What is? GeoShield better than Lumar? Oh, yeah. So my older brother, he was here for a little while. He was using Geo. Now he's at a shop, and they use Lumar. And part of it depends on the line of film that you're using. But he's like, man, this stuff curls back all the time. So as soon as you peel the liner, I remember these problems because I used Lumar for a time. It just feels weird, and it curls back, and it's got a weak scratch coat. So better brands don't equal better film. They just equal decent and good films, but more recognizable. I don't think Lumar's a better film. Soapy water, or what do you use? Yes, soapy water. We use tint slip, though, to make that soap. We don't just add Tide. I've done that, though. I tinted a window with a Tide Pod. I didn't get a lot of use for it, though. Blade size 30 cut window tint. What? I need more words on that one. Could you... I need you guys to read your own comments back sometimes. Could you understand this? If you were somebody else. Can tint window good much? What do you think about Johnson window film? I don't know much about them. I know they exist, but I don't know much about them. And that's kind of the thing for a lot of brands. Johnson baby shampoo is not the same as Johnson window film. That's what I know. What advice would you give somebody who wants to get into tinting and has no prior experience? Start practicing on your own cars. Yeah, you're right. There are a lot of shops that don't want to hire people with no experience because they don't want to teach you and then have you go start your own tint shop right down the road from them. So they want somebody that can at least come in and... There we go. That seemed to go pretty good. Nice patterns. But yeah, a lot of shops don't want to teach people. It costs them money to teach you, and then you can just leave. Should I call Geo with a question regarding architectural film? Yes, 100%. I have a massive project. I need some clear direction with 3K at stake. Yes, absolutely. They're more than happy to answer your questions about any of their architectural film lines. They offer really good warranties. So if you stay within their guidelines, it covers things like glass breakage. So you definitely just want to, if you're unsure, definitely talk to them, clear it with them. They sign non-compete papers. Non-competes don't matter anymore. They didn't really before, but they definitely don't matter now. Non-competes aren't an enforceable thing. I don't even know how that would even be enforced. Uh, do you think ceramic is a good option for every car or only expensive ones? No, some expensive ones already have a ceramic layer in certain windows, like BMWs and Mercedes. They'll do a ceramic layer in like the back windows or the windshields. It's great on everyday cars. What ceramic does is it's a heat barrier. So when you're sitting in the car, you like the sun is beaming in your window, and then if you put a ceramic film up, you just don't feel that sun anymore. It's really nice. I do two-stage door windows that have like a 3 or 4 inch edge on the front. Like what car? Can you give me an example? Okay, so we got 2 back windows here. I actually don't even need to dryer sheet this one. It's so flat. But we got a little like Prius style one down here as well. 2025 Mazda 3. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, they don't have much room on the front. Honestly, you either just deal with it or you pull the bottom seal and you just bottom load it, which is not a bad thing to do. Because there's like Mazda has a couple. Lexus is another company that will often do like bigger door speakers and put them in the way. So it's just if you have like no space on the front edge, bottom loading makes way more sense. So like a Lexus IS and ES is one that I'm gonna pull the seal and bottom load that one for sure. Single day class. I'm interested in that. Are you still offering it? Yes, we are. Daniel is teaching one right now. What's up? But yeah, he's in here learning automotive. So we have dates posted on the site under the 1-day option. Oh, I should have peeled this first before I moved it over there. Can you buy your ceramic tints from Amazon? Yeah, it's a free world. They're not as good. They definitely will block heat. Just a lot of them are not very clear. So they're like milky, hazy. Oh, I'll do this. Fine. It's not as nice as a glass board. Is that a heat gun tatted on your arm? It is not, actually. It's a steamer. Close, though. Got this little window. This is going to go on the bottom. What slip solution do you use, or what soap do you use? This. We use this, and we mix this with water. Tint slip. Can a regular person tint any good? I mean, I think I'm a pretty regular person, and I can tint okay. It takes practice, though. I like any skilled trade. Takes time, effort, practice. Like if I were to break into being I don't know, what's a good example? Because if I wanted to become like a carpenter, there's skill involved in a lot of tools and machines that they use to pull off a lot of pieces. Window tint's the same way. So there's a lot of little techniques and stuff that takes practice. Yeah, I've been tinting for a long time. Has the film ever cut you? Oh yeah, film bites back. It's really annoying. It doesn't hurt. It just doesn't stop bleeding. Should I put ceramic on all windows or only install it on front windshield because tinting all the windows in ceramic is really costly? That's it's actually a really good question. There are many tinters that will say if you don't do the rest of your car, it doesn't really matter. I hard disagree. You can absolutely tint the front two doors and the windshield and have a dramatic difference. Any windows that you're sitting, and like any seat that you're sitting in where there's direct sunlight, you're gonna feel a dramatic difference because it blocks the sun from hitting you. So the windshield is the most effective, along with the front doors, depending on where the sun is while you're driving. So yeah, we do a lot that are just front doors and full windshields. But I agree, doing the entire thing is really expensive. So like this one, there's no factory tint on the rear, so it makes sense to do the front and then also do the rest of it. And since we're doing ceramic, we might as well do it all in ceramic. It doesn't add that much, a terrible amount to the cost when you're already doing the whole vehicle. But like on a truck or SUV where the rear's already tinted, it's like, yeah, doing the entire thing versus just doing like two doors and the windshield, like big price difference between that. What tools do I need as a beginner? So you can kind of ask about certain things as we go. We have a lot of videos on the channel. Just search what tint tools do I need, and you will find them. You need a handled squeegee, you need a knife, you need some cards, heat gun, but there's videos that explain all that in really good detail. So when I do another door window, I can kind of talk through it too. There we go. We're gonna throw a towel over this. Saw a video where you competed in a 20-minute challenge. Yeah, I used to do those. I enjoy doing the competitions. It's become a lot because you have to like haul all your tools there and then keep them around and set up. And there's like other things to do. So the IWFA is coming up in Vegas. And so if we can go kind of as a family trip, then I'll probably be there. But it's never guaranteed until it gets really close and I'm like, all right, I booked a ticket. But we have a 1-year-old. So last year was kind of impossible because she was born, but now she's 1, and I have a 4-year-old. So I think we'd be able to make it this year. We'll see. We'll definitely see. But it's a good excuse to go out there. I think GeoShield's getting a new warehouse out there too. They have one, But I just saw a post where they're getting like a 13,000 square foot building. They upgraded from a smaller one, 5,000 square feet, which was definitely too small. This is 4,000 square feet, for example, and 1,000 of it is up there. If you're a film distributor, you need space. You need space, or you need nowhere to pull cars. Is a GraphTex software. What's a GraphTex software? This one? This is Core. This works with any machine. It's not GraphTex specific. Your videos are really useful. Doing a really awesome job. Thank you. What happened to the good old... Dude, I got so many. That one's kind of fizzling out. They're all over the place. I need peace. I need peace when I pick up something else. It's like... You guys. If I hand cut something, what happened to the plotter? If I plotter cut something, what happened to hand cutting? It's you are using this thing, or you are never using it again. Why are you ignoring me? It's like that. How do you learn to tint? How do you learn anything? Look at some videos, figure out what you need to buy, and start practicing. What advice can you give me? Start paying attention to what I'm using. Get some film, get some tools, and have at it. Advice is get started. Don't overplan. You don't need to take a class necessarily. Classes help, but whatever helps you get started the quickest is what you need to start doing. So it's like, all right, I want to tint a car. So what do I need? Well, I need a car. And I probably need somewhere to tint that car. Doesn't need to be anywhere fancy, but out of the wind is preferable. So figure out how to get it out of the wind. And out of direct sunlight. And then like, okay, I need to put some tint on it. So figure out a tint that you want to get. All right, we're getting there. And then I probably gotta cut it. So then figure out what you need to cut it. And then you just keep making those baby steps. What is the next step? All right, the only super fun thing about this window is that it's in such a weird spot. Is it good to start with a Walmart tint? To do something simple, like a couple doors. The film's not especially great, but there's, just like some dyed film. Don't get their ceramic. I have a video on why. Shit looks like milk. It's so hazy. How many attempts will you give somebody to get a rear window before you fire them? Sounds like you want to fire him already. We've had people not here, but at my dad's shop that just haven't panned out, and we gave them like a lot of time and a lot of chances. It's unfortunate, but like as a shop, you know what you need to do as far as numbers, which makes everything kind of tough because it's not easy for anybody. So they're throwing away good film. might be better off in a different position. They might get it eventually, but it's hard to do that on your dime. I get that. Okay, so that window's tinted. Let's do this back one now. What kind of tint do y'all use? Good stuff. We use good tint. We're using GeoShield's dual layer ceramic. So this is called Apex. And I got to figure out which way is up. When you have like an oval window like this and you forget which way it was on the board, it all looks the same to me now. This looks like VR, thank you. How dark can we go legally in Michigan? You can go as dark as you want on the rear. So rear doors and back, you can do completely like vinyl black windows. Shade doesn't matter. On the front doors, nothing except the top 4 inches. And then on the I think this is it. This looks good. We're gonna go with this. On the front doors, nothing except top 4 inches. On the windshield, nothing except top 4 inches, unless you have a doctor's note. Should make a window tint simulator. You know, with the virtual PC builder and power washer simulator, I bet you we could do it. Best way to upsell ceramic. Everybody wants ceramic, but doesn't want to pay ceramic prices. Some of it's just going to depend on the types of clients that you attract. You got to find your, like, what is the sweet spot for your price range? Like, if everybody around you is doing cars for $200, it's not that you can't sell a tint job that's more expensive than that. It's just that there's already kind of like this range that people in your area are paying. And so unless you move or attract people outside that range, it's not really going to change much. Unless you can dramatically catch customers in different ways than all your competitors are doing. So best way that I've seen is to prep people a little bit, figure out like actually what they're interested in. So if they just want to make their car darker, cool. And then you kind of introduce the idea of ceramic, but you can get them in at one price and then introduce ceramic to them when they're there, and then they can make that decision. If you overwhelm them with too many prices and options ahead of time, it can become too much. And they'll just go to somebody else with a lower price and then get laddered up a different way. So maybe just introduce one price with the idea of ceramic, or maybe you just are gonna have a hard time because prices are really low in your area. But a big thing that's helped us is like we'll get general inquiries from ads and a lot of different people calling. And you have a lot of people that will just like are just 100% price focused, like budget friendly, what's your cheapest, and then we just don't get those people. We get some, but we don't get all of them. And then the ones that have gotten ceramic, that have spent more, those you would really want to focus on in some type of a referral program. Because somebody that spends more money generally knows people with more money and then will refer people with more money. So that's a thing. In my area, they charge $260 for ceramic tint. That includes the front windshield. Oof, that's rough. And it's just more about price and volume. Like around here, like it ranges. We're at the top end of the spectrum for sure. We're over other people, 100%. But we're not getting as much volume as them either. Oh, there we go. Yeah, but 260 all around for a ceramic with a windshield is almost like, what's the point of having a tint business? That's rough. That's really rough. I got a quote for $800 for full ceramic with everything. Yeah, this one all the way around with the windshield is $650. We added the sunroof. That's another 100. So we're $750 on this one. Is this the EV version? Yeah, it is. It's older style though. This is also 100% booked through Tintly, which is really nice. So we are 100% hands off with this booking. It was actually super cool. This whole week, we haven't had like any appointments that we've had to talk to people on. They just like talk to our bot and schedule. And then we get a summary of the conversation now. It's so nice. Those cars give my wife problems, sadly. Like tinting problems? The side seals were on the tighter side, kind of like an Elantra. Thoughts on a Vivor plotter? It's really cheap. You're getting a big machine for not much money. There's bound to be issues. The thing about tint, it's like a lot of those machines are made for vinyl. The thing about tint is the liner is very thin. So if your machine just isn't a very precise machine, maybe the cut strip is a little wobbly, maybe something's not as flat as what it should be, you'll have high spots and low spots as the blade's cutting, and it'll snag or it'll cut all the way through. So some people get the machines working. It's just kind of, it's I think a bit of a gamble when you pick one up. They're all fussy to dial in, even a Graphtec. I'm not like Graphtec can take me a little while to dial in. What machine do you use to spray water? This one right here. This pretty little keg. I just set this right next to a tire. And I got a long hose. And I spray. What tint is better for the hot heat? Ceramics. We have a few different kinds. We have one called C2 Ceramic by Geo, and then we have one that has 2 layers of ceramic in it called Apex. Where'd you get the new people? It's actually old. It's been sitting there a long time. We just don't hardly use it. It's a ping pong table, and it folds upright. But I'm going to take this off of it, and then I don't know what to do with it. Oh, we got to go the other way. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Guys, I made another royal mistake here. I got sidetracked. Okay, so this one's flatter. This is more rounded. I got sidetracked, and I missed. So more rounded goes here. Okay, I think I figured it out. But I figured it out, and then I put it on the board, and then I forgot. Why do you spray the window so much? Why do you type with so many letters? Huh? What are your thoughts on solar-free tint? I've heard it mentioned. It's always struck me, like I know nothing about them. It's always struck me like sugar-free gum. Like, I don't know, solar-free, sugar-free. Probably like a lower tier, unknown boxer. Could be good film. But they definitely don't have much awareness, so it's probably just purely price. Little wide core, little wide on this pattern. No. Oh, that's way small. If it fits in there, I'll be shocked. Little tabletop. No, I actually don't know what it is. Probably razor blades. I wish it was my box, though. I didn't get the big one. It's got, oh, and it's got an Amazon logo, so it's not. How long does the average car typically take? Depends on how sidetracked I get. Usually with full windshield, we like to have the car done in 3 hours. But we'll say up to 4, just to be on the safe side. We're just wrapping up the rear section. Then we got the front doors, full windshield, and then a sunroof. Oh, okay. Exciting. How much time do you spend on a dirty window cleaning it? Not long. It depends on how dirty. Most general buildup scrubs off very quickly. Glass is a hard surface. It cleans up very fast. So if you're talking about a car that's been like off-roading, then it's really hard to get a good result. But your average general buildup, nah, not long. Okay, so now jump into the front doors, a little tighter. So these types of seals, they're not super wide. They're a little on the wide side, but they pinch in a little bit more, like a Elantra. So like when I slide my film in here, how much seal do I have to try and sneak past, and where does a card start getting stuck, for example? So like right here, they definitely pinch. That is touching. But so did the back. Steinel or Wagner, which do you prefer? Both, for different reasons. So if you want a really good heat gun and money is not an object, Steinel or Steinel. I like calling him Steinel, it sounds better. But heat guns will generally wear out. I don't know how long one of those is going to last, but the heat gun that I was just using was $180, and I'd say it feels like a better Wagner, but it doesn't shrink much faster than a $30 Wagner. I have another one that was $300 that definitely outputs more heat and does shrink faster, heftier, better heat gun overall, but you kind of have to spend just a lot more money because they're like Graphtec. They're the premium brand of the heat gun world. So for most people, and you see me use a Wagner like all the time, they're great heat guns. They do the job. They get hot. You don't need features. You just need a heat gun to get really hot. So some of these places, they need, they're working on electronics and solder and melting things, so they need a little bit more heat control and precision. We just want more heat. That's why you can do... Oh, dude. I feel so bad. Fucking burns the owner of Geo. I sent him a message yesterday. And I followed up with him today. I was like, hey, did you get my message from yesterday? He's like, no, my house got struck by lightning. All my electrical is completely fried. It's like, oh, shit. And this was like three years ago. He just replaced all his drywall because like a hurricane whipped through and ripped part of his roof off. And like he redid with a small team of people, like he knows how to do all that stuff. He like rebuilt his house. And now fried electrical. Oh, dude, I don't know, but I don't know how bad that is. But he just sent me a message that was like, it's pretty bad, but nothing I haven't been able to handle, or nothing I haven't handled before. Like, good God, I'd be like, man, this fucking sucks. They live in hurricane weather. They're used to not fun stuff, but getting your house struck by lightning is a different kind of special, that's for sure. Okay, cut on pull. Film is switched over. We're doing 35%. Everything checks out. Can you buy from Geo in small quantities? Yeah, so we have a site, 313 Tint. You can buy down to a 50-foot roll in most shades and films. It's pretty bad, but nothing I can't handle or have not done before. That's exactly what he said. Good God. If somebody brought in a really dirty car, would you still tint it? Yes, absolutely. There's it's got to be extremely bad and offensive. So not like most people's idea of dirty is like it could have a bunch of like garbage in the back and on the seat. Like I wouldn't care. There's one that comes to mind I did that had like cat litter. Just like the back seat was used as literally like the litter box. It's like nowadays, I did that car. That was years ago. And that wasn't here. It was like when I worked for other companies. But I probably wouldn't do that now. But for the most part, if you got a dirty car, dude, take a towel, throw it over move their stuff. But you can also just if there's cat hair all over it, dog hair all over it, it's like you throw a towel all over it. It's fine. Glass things up. It's still hard to keep all the dog hairs out of your work, but you can do a really good job because, look, let's say this car was covered in dust. We literally just put a cover over it, tape the sides, clean the glass. What am I getting? Like dirt from here is not getting into my window. It's over there. So all I'm worried about is immediately what's around where I'm working. Nothing else. Have you ever had any issues with sensors on newer vehicles when tinting the windshields? Only one time. And that was quite a while ago. And that was on a Ram, but I was just being unsafe with it. We had tinted it once, And I was not the only person that was working on that car. And since then, I have done so many Rams and made videos with PSAs on how not to hurt that truck. But other than that, no. As long as you cover and like you're thorough, like you need a water catch. So we have ropes and we have towels. And when you use a towel, you gotta actually tuck it into the dash. Don't just like throw it on the dashboard. You gotta tuck it into the windshield area, where then it's not really doing much for you. Just keeping sprinkling off the dashboard, which all the electronics are in there. So when we do a windshield, I'm gonna take a towel and I'm tucking it all the way up into here. So when the water goes down, it gets caught by the towel. It's not running down into the dash. Blade cut window tint film, blade cut window film tint size 30. You want a 30-inch roll? Is that what that means? Do you have to do any cuts after using the plotter? Yes. You trim off the clear liner. So this. So that's why there's still such mixed opinions about a plotter. Plotters are good efficiency tools, but when you're already efficient, they're not that much faster on just cutting out doors, cutting out a back window, especially when you have to swap out films. They just like help you along. But when you're getting into more intricate stuff, like this tedious little back window here, that thing, I cut that out, the back window and the quarters. Ugh, bunch of time saved on that. Lacuna? No, I have not. So this is that $180 Steinel. So it gets hotter, and it's just a more durable heat gun, but it's, when I got it, I was pretty sure it was gonna be like significantly better than a Wagner. It's really the build quality that's significantly better. This one, on the other hand, this is the $300 one. And they have one that's $600 that outputs even more heat. This one's better. This one's definitely better, but not even as crazy as the other one. The Wagners are great. I use them all the time. The white and silver toolboxes look nice. What are they? Thank you. They're new age cabinets. They're kind of like the best bang for your buck on just volume. So you can get a lot of cabinet for your money on those. Okay, let me check something really quick. Everything's still running good? Sweet. All my stuff is over there. So I got chat here, but like my video feed and monitors are over there. So it's a little weird for me. I need more screens. We got one there. We need one here. And we need one over there. And we need one above the car. And we need like a, what do they call it? Like in a stadium. The big overhead thing at like hockey games. What's the most expensive car? I don't really. I get like this and definitely nicer cars, like mid, but not like super high-end luxury cars. That's really rare. Like R8s, Done a handful of those. I had a day where I did like a DBS and a McLaren, but now that sounds old. There's new Astons, but that was like back to back. That was probably my most expensive day. Didn't make more off the cars, but the cars were more expensive, and that's why I don't really care as much. More expensive cars equal too much liability. I really like the range that I tint at. All it takes is a sprinkle of water on certain interiors, and then you're replacing it, and whatever you charge is generally more than the damage you just caused. Or what you're charging is less than the damage that you just caused. There was a place that I tinted for. They accidentally broke a windshield on a Ferrari. 25 grand. They had to ship it in from overseas. So it was like broken for over a month. And then they still had to replace it when I got there. It was 25K was just the cost for the shield. Like, oh shit. I don't really know how you break a windshield installing a remote starter, but that's a different thing. The small hand tool you used, what was that? What color was it? Scraper? Yeah, the razor blade scraper. Just a 1-inch razor blade scraper. That one is a Martyr scraper. We just got them in the store. I'm mixed on scrapers. I think in some situations they're really nice to have. And then I tend to always just peel a razor blade, like the cardboard off. I use it without like anything. I can feel the glass better that way. And I don't have to change it out of a holder. Okay, this part now. Let's not get too stuck. That's alarming. Let's see where we're at. Good, tucked in all the way. Spraying too much water? Any tips on type? Oh wait, no. I see a lot of people who attend windows using an extreme amount of liquid. What's the real purpose behind spraying? A couple things. So when you spray the windows, you're trying to clean them, and the film has adhesive on it. So what's actually really annoying for installers is, like this film, for example, has a really aggressive adhesive. So when it's installed, it's great. But until it's installed, I'm fighting against the adhesive to try and get it into place. Because when you're tucking it into a tight seal, it's a pressure-sensitive adhesive that's pushing, it's effectively a squeegee. So I'm like tucking it into a squeegee, and then it just wants to stick. That makes installing way harder. So spraying water and using extra soap are just ways of trying to get your film installed. But another thing is just trying to keep it clean, because the tiniest of dirt speckles. When I pull this, for example, like watch, I'm gonna pull out the liner. That creates a little vacuum in here as I pull the film back that can rush small amounts of dirt into my window, and that's gonna look like speckles. So then I'm gonna take my sprayer, and before I seal this down, I wanna rinse that out. So it's just dirt can come from all over the place. Ooh, I do not like this one. Definitely tight. And we'll see how wide the doors are on this one. But right here, see that little, where it's rolled back? It's not quite tucked in all the way. That scares me. So I gotta try and slide this in a little bit more, and then we gotta just say, go for it. There we go, I think that fixed it. Sometimes I get away with doing that, using the shank and actually like pulling the tint in. And then trying to get some air out. I'm gonna push up to it. And as long as it's not bound anywhere here, when I swipe here, I'm just gonna go a little slow. Good, nothing's stuck. So then we're able to kick that in there. Tough, that one's a tougher one. My helper scraped the dumb UVU coating. Oof. That's not great. Hard to know though. It's one of those things that you don't really know until you know. So just gets a car in, scrapes it, does everything that he's supposed to do and just doesn't know. Like, yeah, it happens. That's one of those cost of doing business things. $350 for the course. That's not bad. Honestly, it's not fun, but I scratched a door window and that cost me $550. But doesn't that suck? Like $350 is like what, like all the sides and the rear in carbon film, for example. And that's what sucks about tinting. Is like people beat you up on price and whatever, and then when you have like one mistake, it costs you more a lot of times than whatever you charged. Your average customer just doesn't realize that. Like they can go like, oh, I have a like I had this one guy with a Volvo, and I did it the whole thing on stream, and he watched it all. And he was really happy with the work. And he's like, I have no complaints about the work. Looks like you did an amazing job. Thank you. There's a very slight indentation in my door panel right here. And it looked like a fingernail almost, little indent. I was like, I would never have seen that. And I covered everything up. I'm likely not the cause of whatever that was. It could just be how the door panel was made. But now he sees it. And he wants his door panel replaced. Like, what are you, like, are you kidding me? It's just, you get put in some rough situations like that. I told him take it to a dealership and let me know how much it's gonna cost, and then he just never did. So it just kind of went away. But it very well could not have. How do we know what glass not to use a razor blade on? So, for the most part, you don't. That's why my Facebook group is really handy. There is, there's people posting about this kind of stuff. So I just say join communities and just pay attention because you really don't know. You really don't know until you either go through it or you see somebody else that went through it. But there is UVU on Toyotas, and then pay attention to some Subarus, because Subarus, there's a few collabs with Subaru and Toyota. And so they'll take a Toyota and they'll rebrand it as a Subaru. Kind of like the BRZ and the FRS. But there's a newer one that has that same coating. And it's just like you wouldn't really know unless you just like, oh, I heard him on stream mention that. Join communities, stay involved. It's called Window Tint. There's like over 100,000 people in it. So it's a public group. It's hard to miss. What's that little torch called? It's called a mini torch. It's nothing that we have. We should probably pick some up and I guess put them in the store. But something about mailing around little explosive butane containers is probably need to ship them differently. Just go into a gas station. Gas stations will have them. I was at an Asian store and they just had a bunch of them at the counter. I was like, oh yeah, I need these. Like butane torch lighter is usually what they're called, but you can find them all over the place. Why don't you peel off the board? I still gotta shrink it. And this is a personal choice. I think the car makes a great peel board. I don't see a lot of times the reason to use a separate peel board. I mean, it's nice when you have it right here. You can just go from here to the car. But I'll shrink right on the car, and the car is perfectly acceptable to just peel the tint off, and it makes a great peel board. I just think some people look at peel boards like they're extra clean surfaces versus the car, but when you peel the tint, you're not washing dirt off the door into your work, so you don't need one. I was mobile for a long time too, so all I could do was peel off the car. Even when I was at shops before this, I'd just peel right off the car. The last boards were for just a little extra trimming. How much for this one? $750 total. We're doing everything with the windshield and the sunroof. What do I need to do to be able to work with you? Do I have to pay you? I just have too many people to pay right now. What game is this? This is tinting FPS. Do you have customers make sure outside their car is clean, or do you deal with it? Here in Alabama, I have a lot of customers that bring in their car. They live down dirt roads. I would just keep a pressure washer. That's what we would do sometimes in the wintertime. Just pull it in, blow off the outside, because like in the wintertime we get a ton of salt on cars. So they'll just come in coated. Really easy to take care of though. Pressure washer, then it's fine. You don't have to soap up the car and give it a full bath. But just rinsing it off is helpful. But yeah, I don't, if there's a regular problem that I have to deal with that would inconvenience my customers a fair amount. So like it might not seem like a big deal, but somebody's like, oh shoot, I got that tin appointment I gotta run to. sorry, you didn't wash your car. You gotta go take it to the car wash first. Like, I don't like that. So I would just figure out a solution for it and charge accordingly. So if you needed to add something to it, but just rinsing it off could be an easy thing that you just do. Use an apron? Yes. I got a tool belt. The Avery Dennison one, we don't have them in stock. They haven't been in stock where we usually pick them up from. So I'm guessing they're never going to get them in stock again. So we have a different one available too. What do you do to avoid contamination on the bottom? Seems like my biggest problem. I just scrape the window like you saw, and then I rinse it. Contamination on the bottom is usually just a tucking issue. Shorten up your patterns a little bit. But if you cleaned them right, there isn't much there. So we'll go through a full installation and I'll talk about what tools we're using. So this is just this is a red one, but this is a Fusion Shorty handle. We have another squeegee handle as well that works great. But we're using the pink clean squeegee right now. So coat the window, squeegee it top to bottom, overlapping strokes, and I want this to be perfectly dry. Then I know I've taken all the dirt and I've moved it from here to here. There's probably still dirt in this seal, so then I take a tri-edge card, swipe down, swipe down. So I've taken care of most of the dirt, a little on the edges, so we're just gonna flush it, and flood it. Why not? Same thing with this side. You can open up the seals too a little bit if you want. And then we're gonna make sure that the rest of the window is coated. Now we're ready to install. We're gonna peel our tint halfway. We're gonna make sure our liner is nice and straight. And then we just soak down the window. It's very grabby film, so we want it to be just thoroughly sprayed so it can have every chance that it needs to glide along the window. Same thing with here, just little spritz. And then we're gonna roll the tint up, flatten it out. We're gonna go for broke. Press this flat in the seal. Anytime you see it roll back, pull it backwards just a little bit and try and keep that flat. And then it goes nicely into the seal that time. Cool. We do the same thing on this side. So create a little slack, pull your film backwards, push this flat into the seal. If you have any hang-ups, so if you have this overlapping the trim or this overlapping the trim and you're trying to push it in, it's just gonna bunch up. It's not gonna work. So it takes some finessing when you have a really tight seal, but we can push this as close to the top without going over. Then we're gonna take a softer squeegee, squeegee this out. Yeah, that's good. Then we can take a harder squeegee, firmer pressure, go along the top edge, and squeegee some extra water out. When I squeegee along a top edge, you'll see me do it a couple different ways. I'll either just go straight across, like that, and do like a pulling motion. When it's a little bit more secured though, I'll push it and I'll have like an angle. So instead of angling it like this and forcing things down, if it's angled like this, as I push across, everything's gonna go up and over the top edge. I don't necessarily just wanna push straight out, because then you're kind of taking the tint and you're shoving it upwards. So when you're going sideways with an angle, you're not really pushing your tint up over the edge. You want to keep it as close as possible, but you don't want to disturb it. Then you take a tri-edge card. Go straight up. I was wondering if you've ever used a hydrophobic film. Looks good. And then we're gonna roll this up. Then we're going to, so somebody asked earlier about the bottom. So we're gonna rinse, and then we're gonna peel our tint. And we're gonna rinse just one more time because we want the adhesive to be wet. So when I rolled up the window, I brought dirt up from the seal. I don't want that. I want to just flush that down. So when we're tucking into the bottom, we're going to start with our corners. Pull the seal back, glide this some into the seal, but then it starts butting up here on the bottom. Same thing here. Pull your seal back, flatten this out, and then push it forward. Then you want to take the slack, pull it up, nice and flat on the bottom here, and then you want to continue now to slide it into the edge there. And then as you go along the bottom, you're looking for these little hang-up points. So like points like this. See how it's still bunched up on my liner? Or on the door seal there? You want to pull the door seal back, and then it falls into the seal. Then we can take a squeegee, start pushing this extra stuff out, and we kind of start from the middle and work this out. We're trying to stretch this out evenly over the window. It's probably the core pan or two. No, it needs to be a little long so it tucks into the bottom seal. You don't ever want it to just match up with that seal. It needs to tuck into the bottom a little bit. Then we take a tri-edge, swipe that out, and we're good. Now we're gonna wipe it off, check it over. You don't wanna, you're getting water in the door electronics, bro. I know. Because we take a nice car and then we completely destroy it. That's what we do. We cover up door panels, we tape seals, we have a nice pretty shop. Also, we can destroy as many cars as possible. You've figured it out. Congratulations, bro. Unreal. What is the sprayer called? Tint keg. Unreal. There's so many unreals right now. It's always fun to explain. I did it a few times in the last one. So, if you look close, you see there's little gaps and holes like in the seal. So when it rains, that gets into the door. At the bottom of your door, you have little drain holes down here. See that? What's that? What's that? What's that down there? Is that a hole? Is that where water comes out? So there's always a plastic barrier in between your windows and that kind of stuff. And even then, your cars are fairly water resistant. Somebody say, wouldn't be touching my car. That's okay. Just know that whatever shop that you bring it to, they are spraying water on it. They're not using water. So at least you don't see how much water they're using, though. Put the car in rice after. Yes. That's not the side of the window. But don't you think they connect? Have you ever seen a door taken apart? No, you haven't. You haven't. I know. This part of the way that people think always hurts my head a little bit. It's like what happens on the outside has nothing to do with what happens on the inside. That's not true. But they see it that way. Like if water is here running into my door still, that's somehow different from it being right here on the edge and going down to the exact same spot. No, it's different because that's on the inside and this is on the outside. How do you feel about instant tint? It's a good meme. It's kind of like a baby shade, like a temporary thing. So the idea is cool. You're not going to get the same look because it's not touching the glass, not in the same way. But there's a lot of videos that show that stuff in very short clips. And so, I don't know. I saw one that looked like it was actual cut acrylic, and I saw some other ones where they're literally taking tint and applying it to acrylic and then cutting out the shapes. So, the temporary tint idea, I think, is interesting. It's just not going to be as good. But if you just want like a, hey, I want to put some shade up, and I don't care as much how it looks, it'll do the job. I need a roll. I got a lot of cutouts on this one to do. Let's grab. I work at a dealership. I'm a technician, and there's a weather strip that is placed so the water is separate, so it's naturally drains at the bottom. If the car is dirty, the water drains get clogged. Yeah, there's drains and channels and whatnot, but there's a membrane here or a plastic barrier between where the window goes down and everything that's on the inside. I've replaced my fair share of door windows. Like actual windows. The point is, are we actually damaging things? I didn't know that. I know you didn't know that. I know it doesn't look right, but that's all we can do. It's just something I hear on repeat over and over again. You're damaging cars. It's like people need to slow down a little bit, but they don't. Do you have a video on a BMW two-staging with the large trim? Probably. We have a lot of live streams. I would look through those. We've done quite a few BMWs lately. No, I think they're genuinely that dumb. How's this guy gonna drive at night? The same way he drove during the day. Okay. So we're gonna coat this windshield. Yeah, with the steering wheel. How else do you think he's gonna drive? Feet on the pedals, hands at 10 and 2. And then press the gas. Is dyed film more flimsy? It's black magic tint. No, your tint is more flimsy because it's black magic tint. They just take whatever cheap film that they want and they throw it in a box. The film that they sell in a Walmart box, they probably paid more on the box than the film that's in it. It's really easy to find very cheap window films. But that $20 roll of film is actually really expensive. You spend a lot on like 10 bucks, 10 or 20 bucks for 6 feet by 20-inch roll. It's expensive. So why do we clean it just to mug it up again? I just like to repeat things. I don't know. Yes, instead of AutoZone or Walmart, use AutoZone. That's right. When Buddy smokes a pedestrian with tint windshield, you can be sure you'll be named a defendant. Thank you, Raw Dog, War Dog. Appreciate you. Would you say that the pedestrian gets a raw dog? This one? I think this one. So, I don't think I removed the mirror yet. So this is a complicated. There we go. We got quite a few little cutouts on this thing. I thought this was going to have a big blackout border. We have this one. This is for the collision avoidance, which since we're tinting the windshield, I guess it doesn't matter because he's going to have a collision anyways, right? Was that what we were talking about? This is how he stops. His card tells him. We got to figure out if this is a little push or a little pull. We did a snuggle dryer sheet on the windshield. Would TV be a more rigid tint? It's definitely a lot more like professional films, just in how it feels. Yes, but all films will be. Ugh. What's this one? What is it hung up on? No, we're not removing this. There's just this one up here. Or I might just have to splice it if I can't figure out how to get this off. It's always hung up somewhere. There we go. Okay, sweet. So little border around this that gets trimmed around, little border around that. And then this, you could probably unplug it, but I'm not. I'm definitely not going to remove it. So that's all that's going to remove these wires. This has a nice cut up that's going to go up here anyways. And everything else is, what do they say, Gucci? It's Gucci. This is wild. You're wild. Calm down. What's a good tint film to use when just starting? GeoShield Apex Dual Ceramic. Go for broke. Don't unplug it. You can detach it from the bracket. No, that would be worse. Why would you do that? Actually, it should probably be okay, because it seems like it goes in there really easily. You don't want to disturb the camera's, like, positioning. But it looks like it clips into that bracket. The exact, like, it would come out really easily, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so when we're tucking in towels, if you were to unplug it, you'd have to recalibrate it. That powers the memory. That is good to know. That is why I didn't unplug it, thankfully. I had a feeling. Oh, we're doing 50 on the windshield. There we go. Move the steering wheel a little bit. Maybe we should do that more. So when I'm covering this with a towel, one thing I'm trying to do is actually tuck my towel into this front lip. It can be a little tedious to do, but make sure it's flat. And now when water runs down the shield, it catches on the towel. A lot of people just like throw microfibers on there. Water still will cling to the glass, run down here, run under the dashboard. That's when you can have problems. What tint brands would you recommend? This one. This one is pretty good. I've used it a couple times. Okay, now we're gonna step up here. You know what's funny is it's probably gonna freeze after I mention it, but my camera hasn't frozen once today, and it froze like 6 times yesterday. Cut off a piece of film. Then we're gonna square it up. That's not legal, I think. Look here, Yoda. If he's got a doctor note, you can be damn sure it's legal. So we're gonna cart it in the center. That just gives it a tack point for now. Then we take a safety cutter and we're gonna trim off the sides here. We're gonna trim it shy of the roof line. And then we're going to trim it just above the cowling there on the bottom. %50 is noticeable. It's not like super noticeable. There we go. Pull these away. And now we want to tack and organize our film. So look, we got fingers on the side, we got fingers on the bottom. Roll of film just plopped on a fresh dryer sheet. We want to add a little organization to it. So we start at your center point, and then we're going to flatten it out. And we take whatever fingers were on the side, and we push those down. And you can take a card and just flatten the very edge. Same thing for the top. Push those up, flatten this out. So this is perfectly flat and pulled across. This edge is flat. This edge is flat. All our fingers are on the top and bottom now. So same thing for this side. You can lift your film up, go to that halfway point, make sure you overlap where you just were, pull it across. Now it's perfectly flat in the center. Take these fingers, push them down, push these up. There you go. Now everything's organized. Stretched out in the middle, flat on the sides. We are ready to shrink. So we're gonna take this, we're gonna take this heat gun, kick it up as high as it's gonna go. We're probably gonna have to add an extension, but we'll see. Usually not in this spot. 50 on a windshield, 35. Nobody's noticed. Well, you might not get in trouble for it. Some people will notice. But yeah, it doesn't stand out a ton. That's what I like about 50, is like it adds like a nice shade to it without standing out too much. Do you have a link for the phone holder? If you search phone holder on TikTok, oh, you're on YouTube. Just search MagSafe phone holder. I was gonna say like TikTok will spam you with ads for this thing. But yeah, any MagSafe phone holder, there's like a few that pop up. You can find them on Amazon, TikTok shop, all over the place. So like my face is here, right behind the phone, and this is not like it's completely out of my way. I'm just like casually looking up over the phone. I've just learned to deal with it. I use it a lot more than what I thought. I thought I would only use it some of the time and use like a monopod for the rest of it. I use this thing like through the entire stream. But I like showing as much as we can on like the nitty gritty specifics. Because everything looks good from 10 feet away, but let's get like up close. about the Meta glasses. I love the idea. I had them for a little bit. I wish you could stream like I can right now from them. But the tech just needs to get a little bit better. We need more battery life or a way to plug in a battery pack or something. But it's Meta, so they want you to stream on like Instagram. But I returned them, and then I heard there's an update. So they record video for I think up to 3 minutes, which is far better because it was only a minute. And I swear, anytime I tried to film, I was always over a minute. It was hard for me to just get little clips. What brought you into tinting? My dad owns an auto accessories company. And so at the time, he had a few stores. He had a few stores left. Housing market and the internet was a bitch when it came to running an auto accessories business. It just became so much more competitive. Margin on hardware evaporated, OEMs integrated everything. So there was like a span of time from like the early 2000s, late 90s, like car customizations. Actually, before that, so much in car customizing. Now it's just not really there anymore. So tinting was one thing that they did. And so I was learning like car accessories. I was going to aviation mechanics school. And then a window tinter quit, and they would have like 8 cars to do per day. And he just quit over the weekend, left them hanging. So his business partner's son knew how to tint. He came over to that store for a good part of the summer and taught me how to tint. And then I didn't really feel competent until like a year into it. So I had a lot of hands-on help. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be doing it. So it's just more circumstances. I wasn't looking to become a window tinter. I was interested in like, I'm very techie. I like electronics and fiddling around with stuff. So I kind of just like fell into it. But what's kept me with it, it's like, it's a good moneymaker, sure. But I liked YouTube at the time. And like I said, just very techy. So it's really been kind of an outlet for all that kind of stuff. There's always something interesting that I'm able to find and do. So now I'm actually more obsessed with, like we have like an AI solution that's really cool. Mark's running that. And I'm a little sidetracked with manufacturing stuff right now. So I want to be able to like make some of our own tools. So I bought some stuff. It'll be here soon. How many years? Since 2009, 2008, 2009 is when I started. I was going to mechanic school. I thought I'd do that. We had somebody that came into like high school and was like, "This is a great trade. You can make a lot of money. a lot of stability. And then I asked some people that were in it for like 30 years, and they both got laid off. So I decided to stick with tinting. I just got out of the military. Nice. I have a brother-in-law that was in the Army, and then I have a long-time high school friend that's getting his 20 years in the Navy. That sounded like it was forever, and now he's actually not that far away anymore. What's the biggest vehicle that you've tinted? Party bus. Tinted a couple big things. Party bus, definitely big windows. Big vehicle, big windows. What's that other one? Oh, when you work on cars, do you try and get them out ASAP? No, I've worked at a lot of places. That is definitely the way to make the most amount of money tinting. It's volume. It's getting cars out at a reasonable price as fast as you can. The problem is potential damage and quality control is what's difficult. So fixing stuff, paying for stuff because people are just trying to rush through their day, and you just didn't know something, or you just weren't being as careful, and then oops. Why do you use the guide tape? I've never scratched a windshield. Ooh, that's exactly why I use it. I've seen many scratches, even when you try and be careful. They might be really faint, but nowadays, with windshields being so expensive and quality is all over the place, it's only a matter of time. It's okay until all of a sudden one day it's not. You can snap blades, you can use light pressure, all that stuff helps. It's still dragging a metal blade on a windshield. That windshield cost is just way too expensive for me to want to play around with that anymore. It used to only be a couple $100 to replace. Now I have cars that I'm regularly working on where it's like $1,500 to like $2,500 to replace a friggin' windshield. So I'm definitely gonna put a little piece of tape around there just to be sure. I'm not gonna put a scratch in it. It's risk to reward. How many have you broke? I've only broke windshields from being stupid. I've put scratches, light scratches in them, and they just have gone unnoticed. So, before I was here, Glass Aid was not a thing. And it became a thing before I had this place. So I've always used it here, but the whole reason it's a thing is because I was mobile tinting, and I was under pressure to do quite a few cars every day. And then I remember there was a BMW, just trimmed out a back window. And I do the same thing I always do. Snap off blades regularly, use light pressure. And then, tint the window, clean it off, and then you just see this scratch, light scratch around the whole thing. And you're just like, what the hell? Where did that come from? It happens. It's not going to happen noticeably on everything, but when you're going through a lot of cars and you're just dragging metal on glass, it will happen. I broke two just because of rear view mirrors. That's exactly how I broke two. Both of them were Ford mirrors, but I did it for a really dumb reason. I was just being uncareful. So I had a Mustang windshield, and it had this type of mirror. And so at the time, I didn't know about the little like screwdriver trick to remove these. I had people just say, "Oh yeah, you can just peel it right off the tabs." Don't do that. Don't just peel them off the tabs. You're gonna run into one that's not quite as strong as the other ones. And so I pulled a chunk of glass right out of the windshield. That was fun. It was also outside on a colder day, so I just like, and I remember years back I had this Taurus that I did. Same thing, aftermarket piece of glass. Wasn't paying attention really. I actually didn't know it at the time. But I just, tried to peel that off the tab and then chunk of glass comes right out. Fuck. Sucks when it happens. There's a little trick to take them off very safely. But there's a certain Ford mirror style that you just want to... There's a certain one that you just want to stay away from. Where's my light? Where's the three others?
Well, I only took one, but I don't know the others.
Oh, she put them up there. She takes pictures, I forget. Gotta hunt them down before next week. If I remember now, they'll be charged. I'm about to try DIY on my WRX. Do I have to use a heat gun? Do I have to? Yes, you have to. Aw, gee. Yes, you have to. Should I apply Snuggle first or Glass Aid? I scrub and squeegee, and then I'll do Glass Aid first, and then Snuggle. But that's the way I've always done it. I'm gonna have to try it, and I don't know why. I haven't. If it's damp or smeary, the Glass Aid will not stick. So you need to make sure it's completely wiped off first. But I did have some students at the last class literally just put it right over the dryer sheet, and I was almost like stunned. I was like, it can do that? And I just forget. So I'm gonna have to experiment just a little bit more, but I keep forgetting because I'm so used to doing it this way. Best way to cut a quarter window without a dot matrix is with a plotter. But if you don't have a plotter, cutting them exact is sometimes okay. You'd have to, you make a cut, and then I'll do it on the flat edge. So I'll cut this first, use it as a guide, cut this edge, shift it over a little bit, and then cut these. If you want to make it a little bit wider. Otherwise, you can just make it exact. When you have one of those gasket style setups, you just don't have a lot of room, so it can be tricky. Tuck those wires up there. Sweet. $220 to do it all around? Yes, definitely sketchy. Send your friends there first. Find a friend. Say, hey, I got a great deal from a guy. 220. Send him there first, see how it turns out. If it doesn't turn out good, then you saved yourself. Sacrifice your friends, people. It's like the best of everything. You get to talk to him about the experience. You get to see the quality of work. How do you know if the rearview mirror needs to be removed? They almost always should, but if they're a pain in the butt, don't bother and just work up around it as best you can. So they always get in the way. I'll 100% remove every mirror that I can. This is a weird one because we have a little mini sensor right here, but it's got a nice cutout. We got a mirror tab right here, but it's got a nice cutout. And then we have the camera system, which has a nice cutout as well. So when I walked around this car, I thought it was just a big black border all around here. I didn't realize this was all dotted. So if some of this just didn't remove right, I would, since we're doing 50, you could technically come around here and stay there, but I wouldn't do that without letting the customer know first, and I would feel, I don't like doing that. I want everything that's see-through covered. So, got it removed, it wasn't bad. But if there's wires that are attached, those have to be unplugged unless you have a way out. So this one has that cutout that goes out, thankfully. Ooh, even my dots are laminated. I thought tint goes on the inside. Where do you think I'm sitting? I'm just farting around in here removing mirrors because I just want to fart around in here, I guess. So much farting. But yeah, in the world of tinting, if you have an obstacle and you can remove it, then remove it. But if it's a pain in the butt to remove it, then it's not necessarily worth removing, and you can figure out how to work around it. Why are you scratching the windshield? Because I want to replace it. I was like, you know what this car needs? A fucked up windshield. I'll help them get a new one. God, I hope he doesn't watch the live stream of me scratching up his windshield. Tell me you're not real. Are you real? Are you a bot? Please be AI. Oh, that'll be a weird thing. When is our chat all gonna be AI? These are interesting blades too. These are the only ones that I'm ever gonna have though, but these have rounded corners on them. Have you ever seen ones with little rounded corners? Those ones are expensive.
Do you want to set up the cut tape again, or do you want to do it?
Who's got rounded corner ones? The rounded I got as a sample from Martyr. So this company, we buy a few products from them, and I asked about the razor blades that they had. They have expensive razor blades. If you want to feel poor, go talk to them about razor blades. It's like $50 for a pack of 100 razor blades, and that is on the low end. They have a pack of 100 for $100. What? I know. They also sell snap-off blades for about the same price. I came over here for a reason. Yes. So, yeah. That, I think that might be, I have to double check. That might have been wholesale pricing too. I asked, I'm like, I'm not trying to sound rude here, but we go through like a lot of razor blades. I don't know what industry you're in exactly, other than safety cutters, because like they're scissors, safety cutters, and whatever. But like, how do you guys sell $50 packs of razor blades? Like, what industry? And I'm not sure yet. But I was mainly like, do you guys have anything less expensive? We're not cheap, but like razor blades, you just use it and you just throw them out. It's the crazy thing about manufacturing. Is like there's just some of these fields that you just don't think about that will have just like mega companies that just have a niche in that. So like watch, I'll find it on the seatbelt. It's hard to see. There's a little felt pad on like the seatbelt here. The seatbelt clip. And like all over your car, you'll have little sticky felt pads that help with sound deadening and materials rubbing against other materials. It's a cushion surface. The company that we get our cards from, our felt cards, do a ton of manufacturing for car companies. So like when I pulled up to get a box, they're in this like giant building. And it's like, what the fuck do you guys do? And they're like, oh, like the little felt liners in your Tesla and stuff? We probably do those. And they just have like lots of car companies that they do that for. And other industries. And you're just like, oh, okay. Dang. I'm in the wrong business. Ew, it's all sorts of gritty at the bottom here. I'm gonna grab something else. The longer reach one. 11, 12, 1, 2. So 3 hours so far. We'll be done with the windshield soon, and then we just got a sunroof to do. Why GeoShield since there are many other brands out there? Good question. They fit my business really, really, really well. Before them, I was using Avery Dennison. I'd used ASWF before that. I'd used Lumar before them. And sampled a lot of different film companies like Helios and God, who's another one? Tried some Suntex, Solar Guard. And it's just finding a mix between performance and price. And just, I go a little step further and I kind of want to know a little bit more about the manufacturing side of things for them. So when I learned more about that, like at the time, or right before that, we were using Avery. And Avery bought out a company called Haneda. So it was Haneda for a little while. They got bought by Avery. Avery is a big vinyl manufacturer. They bought a window film manufacturer, and we're breaking into that space. So we hung with them for a while. But that manufacturing plant was just behind. Their carbon was a little hazy. They were mixing it with dye, so the performance wasn't there either. Just all around, decent pricing, bad performance. And so I was looking for This is like 2020 or 2019. And we were only using Avery NR. And I was looking to find a brand that had a good, better, best model all under one company. And there's quite a few companies. You've got bigger minimum buy-ins or certain levels that you have to maintain. That didn't worry me too much, but you get into like territories, they're a little bit too, what I would say, corporate. It's just like you're just a real small piece to them. And they all have like kind of the same films, but then you end up overpaying by like 30, 40, 50% sometimes more than that. And so we had been through a big film failure with ASWF before that. Nothing was going wrong with Avery. They just didn't have any good offerings above just a color staple dyed film that I liked. So I was looking around for a film company that if I used them, I knew where they were. It goes toe to toe with any other film on the market, any other good film. Like it'll go with the best of them. And so Geo was on that list, and they had just came out with their C2 Carbon, so I decided to pick it up. And it's like, well, I know where their Pro Classic comes from. I know where their Pro Nano comes from. It's just nobody really knows about this company. So if they don't, if they're not shitty people, then it seems like a pretty good fit. Or like, I was kind of jaded at XPEL too, because they released their software. I start hearing from my community. Like, a big part of it is like what some of these companies do to the community, which really pisses me off. So like XPEL was not in window film for too long at that point. They're in the PPF space. They're known for that. They're known for having good patterns, but they weren't really known for window film. And then they came out with a window film. But the way they got a lot of attention is they put a lot of focus on software. And so they were posting video after video of like really, really good patterns. And you could call them, you could get their film, you could sign up for their software, really nice people. And then they decided to go like really corporate and start locking down all their programs. And so like if you were smaller and you were using their film, you could have been using it for like 2 or 3 years. And they're just like, sorry, you just don't order enough from us. There's somebody else in your area that we're going to sell to. You can't order from us anymore. Or sorry, you're a mobile installer. We don't want to sell to you anymore. And it was just like that type of thing. And there's other companies with like a similar type of background. So like Lumar, you can buy Lumar, but it's become really saturated in certain areas. Not quite worth its value. And they were cutting people off of software too. This is before Core was a thing. And then Suntech, same thing. If you don't meet their minimums, if you aren't already kind of like a bigger company, then a lot of times they don't even really want to entertain like your phone call. Because like when you talk to them, they expect you to already know everything. And so what I really liked about Geo is they really supported anybody. They didn't care if you were a guy that was just trying to make it out of your garage. They have genuinely good products, really helpful people. And I hope they always maintain that kind of level of we don't really care where you come from. Oh yeah, I can't keep this. I gotta run to the other side. So it's a really good fit. I like that. We teach a lot of people. We like to show everything. I never really wanted to take a film brand that was like, oh, sorry, you just live in the wrong area. So somebody else picked up our film before you did. So you got to go find something else. But there also were very few companies that didn't have any, like they had a lot of friction and they don't understand it. It's like it's just they had friction because big companies had friction too. GeoShield's chat feature was extremely helpful. Yeah, and it's like I can tell anybody to, like, you can just call them. You don't have to be like intimidated at all, but like they're super nice people. They're just literally there to help. So now you have High Tech, but High Tech has like a closed down dealer network now, as far as I know. Like if you don't meet a minimum, you can't get High Tech anymore. So I like some of these companies, like they sound great, they grow and then they change. So Geo still seems to maintain that. I don't know if that's always going to be the case. But if they start to get locked down, I'm probably going to switch to somebody else and figure out a different film and program and stuff. I just really don't like if you have a lockdown film for where you are, like that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. So like there's shops that use XPEL and XPEL fits great for their business. I just have a problem with like how they cut people off. So I'm a little bit more about like accessibility and being helpful and shit like that. So most customers don't know where your film comes from. Most customers don't know a film brand. So I'm just looking for somebody that always has a professional type of film that I can trust long term. So that kind of like crosses out companies like TintX and Tint Club for me. Like I just don't really have interest in those. Not unless I can measure them. Like if I could take a budget film and like actually measure, like fast forward like 5 years, right? I know that if I put this film on a car 8 years down the road, it's still gonna look great. Then I'd be way more inclined to try a whole variety of films and stuff. But there just isn't really, until you leave it on somebody's car for a long time, you just don't really know. So that's why I stay away from the really, really bargain films, because I've been through film failures with some what felt like a good company at the time. And that's not fun. I don't want to do that again. I want to tin a car, and I want it to look as good on day one as it does 101 or 201 or 500 or 5 years. Just don't want to have to worry about it. There we go. Slide that under. You have not a clue what you're talking about, Elmo. Okay. Well, have a good one. I don't know. Oh, not me? Well, damn, dude. I watched a movie and you're still doing this front window. It must have been a short movie. It was not a 2-hour movie, my guy. We've been on this car for like 3 hours. Okay. You know, part of the problem is my chat. Like, I hear a lot of comments and they all come across the exact same way. And it actually filters out emojis and stuff, so I don't hear those. Thankfully. So I have no idea who comments. I just hear a comment. So sometimes things come across really negatively, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Just a little bit. It's a very light film, so I'm trying to make sure everything's covered. And it's just the edges. I'm not sure how high up I need to be. There we go. Yeah, there's somebody who's talking about you taking forever. I know. That's what I was responding to. I have GeoShield. I have GeoShield Nano Ceramic. Which one? They have 3 ceramics. They're actually pretty decent. Lumar is definitely better, but a lot more expensive. Which Lumar versus which Geo? There's 3 Geos, and Lumar's got a similar amount. So you just got to make sure you're comparing apples to apples there. But I respect that. What squeegee is that? I don't know. We got to figure out a name for it still. We need people to come up with a name for it. I wanted to do something, the green one. That was an option yesterday. I wanted to do something kind of like the Stroke Doctor, because if there was ever a chance to have kind of a silly squeegee name, this would be a good one to do that on. But for now, it's either Mr. Green, Squeegee McGee, or the Tint Spreader. But it's nice. I think it's going to be helpful in the classes. So we should probably source some more of them. One thing I see a lot of new people when they're putting film like on a windshield or something, what they don't seem to quite get is like you got to push your squeegee firm against the glass and actually squeegee it, but they'll squeegee some here and they'll jump over here and they'll go here and here, like they're all over the place. It's like stay kind of like from the center and work your way out. But if you do this, then you can spread the film out in a way where the water lays a lot more even across the whole windshield. So when you squeegee it out, you can like first spread everything out and then make harder passes right off the beginning. I think it makes it a little bit more straightforward. If you are an experienced window tinter, spreading out the film ahead of time, like you can do it with your hand. Like I like it, I'm gonna use it, but I'm just saying like it's definitely not like one of those like, oh, this is a game changer for everybody. It's like for certain people they're really gonna like it, and I think new people it's gonna be helpful for. But if you already have a good process for doing your windshields, then you're probably not gonna make a big difference. But I do like that you can actually reach all the way down here. So instead of like being stuck up here, you can go like all the way down in the edges. It's nice. I can clean, but I still get contamination. Yeah, you actually don't even need to clean super well to get a good result. Dirt gets sucked in from your work from a few different ways. So anytime the film starts to lift, so when you say a finger shoot across your window, it's a vacuum. It's just sucking up water and trash. When the film crinkles up, when you're trying to like shove it into a side seal, it's getting a lot of dirt. So it's just there's so many little spots in areas where it's like the film will touch an edge, and then you'll shift around a little bit, and the film will just like pull back, and then you want to try and keep everything as direct as you can. So like when I put it on the glass, it's very close to where it's getting installed. And then I might slide it a little bit, but it's not going to slide very far from where it's at. And I try and minimize any chance of water and dirt rushing back into where it is. So you can clean it so many times and still get a filthy window because most of it is just your installation. Okay, let's take a look-see. Looks nice so far. So far I don't see anything alarming. That's good. Let's go over it one more time while it's still very wet. And then I can kind of just look at each slice as I go over it. I'm gonna take a little heat around here. Cutouts are accurate, but I have some fingers popping up right around it. So I'm gonna take a heat gun. Start the car and go for a joyride. Whoa! An Ionic joyride. Exciting, I know. We've had like, I was at a different shop and there was a guy that came in with a GTO. And he was sure we were gonna take it for a joyride. And he's like, I'm not giving you the keys. And we're like, we need the keys to pull it in so then we can tint it. And we even offered to let him pull the car in. And he's just like, no, I'm gonna have to like sit back here and watch you guys. And the person checking him in was just like, no, you're not. And he's like, well, I guess I'm not giving you my car. And then she was like, well, I guess you're not. Bye. And the guy left. I don't care. I don't care about joyriding your car. I want to get it in. I want to give you a nice tint job. And then I want a good review, I guess. Where'd you get the floor tiles? Race deck. What was that? How do you make your workspace least contaminated as possible, making your tinting life as easy as can be? Clean? Clean stuff? I think too many people worry about their environment too much, though. Like, there's major things, like, do you feel a breeze? Is it windy? So, like, if you're in a garage and you got the garage door shut, as long as you don't have a ceiling fan directly overhead blowing down on your work, trying to rip the film off the car, like, airflow is the biggest thing that could really mess up what you're working on from, like, whipping in some dust from out in your parking lot. But even then, it's like you got to feel some strong breezes for that. But I think most people just see a dusty place and think that's why their work turns out bad, and that's just not the case. Most of it is your insulation. My sun strips never really want to stick. Soap? Might have too much soap on that one. It's unusual though if it's just sun strips and nothing else. I don't know on that one. What tint do you use? I use GeoShield. We're using their dual ceramic. How would you do the front windshield strip on a Ford truck, giving the illusion of them being straight? That's where I would go to a software and try and use one of their strips. There's a couple of ways to do it. Some people will just trim it along this contour and then shift the piece down. Or they'll use this contour, and so they'll just shine a light and try and trim it as straight along that as possible and then shift it into place. It doesn't work out on every windshield, but it will work on some. Looks nice. Well, Solar FX. Solar FX has good films, from what I hear. They're a little bit more into the territory thing, which again is good for certain shops. But I kind of get it. Film companies are in a weird position too, because if they have, if they sell to anybody, then one thing a shop that's doing, let's say, a couple $100,000 in film a year, like if in purchase orders, say they're just ordering a shit ton of film, and then they have a local guy, you know, open up a little place right down the road, and then he starts advertising these same films at a cheaper price, which is not completely uncommon. Then that or the shop then calls Solar FX and goes, "Hey, we want a protected area because we don't like this." And so a film company doesn't necessarily want to lose that client, and so then they get themselves into the territory thing. So the annoying part is they also potentially lose out on a different or more clients because everybody's got a protected like 5-mile radius or 10-mile radius or whatever it is. And so like I don't know, there's just certain people that won't give them the time of day because they can't get their film. So they'll go to somebody else. Hey, here's my screwdriver. That's what I was looking for. So this goes back up. We got to put some covers back on. I've been told if you do it wrong, you can possibly burn the car down. Anything's possible. Kind of unlikely. You can definitely damage stuff for sure. But that's why you just got to be careful. If I wasn't careful, not everything would get damaged, but every once in a while we would have an oopsie that we'd have to pay for. Let's see if I can trim this back a little bit. Just a smidge. This is kind of annoying. So the only reason I don't like sunroofs, they do this quite often. So this area here is fine. I got lots of room. And then here we've got a strip that covers you. It's just not good. It's like right matched up on it. So sometimes tucking the film into a tight space like that is tricky. Because it'll pinch somewhere, and then you'll get this small little bend back, and then next thing you know, there's dirt. And I got like a headliner, so I don't want to soak this down too much. It's going to get a little wet, but I don't want to have to do this more than once. But I should, at least I hope I do. Ooh. I assume that I did. I do not. I don't have a sunroof. Bummer. Oh, that's good.
Even their status page is down.
Plug-in hybrid? No, they're all the same. We can check the EU. No, everybody's got the same. Well, that's less fun then. I thought I'd be able to just print it out and stick it. Sad. Looks like we gotta work a little harder on this one. Oh, and my Magneto thing is gone. It's at home. I've learned some tint, but only by hand. How well does it have to cut out? Having it cut out. Oh, like a plotter? Plotter's cool. Not perfect though. So you just have cars that you know you can cut out by hand really quickly, and then you'll have a plotter do it, and you're like, buddy, were you drunk? What's wrong? So the plotter is an efficiency tool, and it'll get you decent results most of the time. The results are not going to be perfect, and they're not going to be... Let me get a blade here. They're just not always going to be super accurate. So that's a trade-off. It's like you're saving time, but you might waste some film. So when it acts up, that sucks, and then you lose some money and time. I notice most of your customer vehicles are quite clean and tidy. Do you ever get a customer who brings in an absolutely messy and filthy vehicle? It's definitely more rare here. It depends on how much you charge and where you tint. Just lower income areas, they just don't care as much. You'll generally do much darker shades, and I don't know, just depends. I've had to take apart door panels and scrub the window seals. Yeah, I'll just tape over them. But you can definitely have some nasty vehicles. Ugh. All right, we'll put this down here and hope for the best. Should probably clean this off, huh? At least it's shorter. I got my first customer on Saturday. Ooh, good luck. It's exciting and nerve-wracking a little bit. Good luck. Good luck and good job. That's cool. All right, where's my... At least have a little more room. At least I have a little bit more room on the ends. Less room on the edges. The edges have to be exact. This,
Super base that's down. I'm guessing that's what's affecting high level too.
that's an interesting way of finding that out.
The data extractor, and all of a sudden it's not pulling data. Like, what the heck's going on? So I go to try to log into Superbase and I can't access any of the pages.
Oh, it could be a...
And then they say their status page looks identical to Highlight's status page. And it says investigating issues with API data as of 2:30.
Superbase looks identical.
Yeah, so Superbase,
Oh, okay.
high level runs off of Superbase. Because if Superbase is down, that means high level's down, which means Autobot's down.
Yeah.
Because they're all on Superbase.
Yeah. I remember when, like, there's some, it could be even bigger than that. I don't know who, but sometimes even those run off of other things.
Yeah. But the way that they visualize their status page is identical to theirs.
Right. Right. And we're doing 35. 35 on the sunroof. What kind of tape is that? Glass aid. Glass aid cut guard. So we'll keep the sides flat. We'll shrink out the ends. We'll cross our fingers on those edges. So I can line this up here, probably save myself a cut. And get myself a squeegee. I gotta clean this stuff up. I got too much stuff going on here. All right, now this one. Try and cut it right there on the end. And when you have to cut on a line that is exact or near exact, glass aid isn't going to be, like, it's a protective solution, but on the top, like on these ends, I got space. On these ends, I have to be really, really close. So since I could see this pretty well, I know I got the tape really close, but I can't really see the end there. So I'm still gonna peel this away, shine a light, and if I have to trim it up a little bit more, I will. Or sometimes I wouldn't even use glass aid, just because the cut is more important, and I can use light pressure still. So go at it with caution. Here's that. Where is the light? Here it is. I have a very small side window with a huge curve. Would be the meth. What kind of vehicle is it? There, I can see the edge now. I'm gonna cut a little bit more. Right there. A 1987 CRX. I have no idea. When you get into old, weird stuff, you just have old, weird problems. And I wish there was magical things that I could tell you to make them straightforward and easy, but you just, when you're working on old stuff, you're bound to suffer. You're welcome. I don't get asked much. I don't know if it's just my shop or what. But it's always been that. Like, it just older cars were very infrequent. Best way, the best way to get better at something is just you do it a lot. So the thing about old cars is I just never got them a lot. I just have one every once in a while, and so I can do them, but it depends on the car. Some of them are just a pain in the butt. Who's your film supplier? Me? Technically? GeoShield? Okay. The live feed is frozen. Oh no, it did freeze. Oops. Phone died. Because we took too long. Alright, hang on. It's not a technical problem. It's a battery issue. I have a battery pack, but give me a minute. A minute? I could watch like 10 shorts in that time. What do I need? Battery. This one. This one works. Just kidding. Lightning. Do I have a lightning to... Yes, here it is. That's fun. So I've got an iPhone. I'm streaming from a 14, so it needs a lightning connector. You know what I don't have a lot of? Lightning connectors. It's always fun to track down. All right, 3, 2, 1, 10, 9. Hang on. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, MagSafe, where are you? What's this? My savior. An external battery pack to the rescue. It worked. Now I'm tethered. When the phone dies, that's when we got a sunroof. We would have been all done, and then we would have ended the stream. But because we had a sunroof, a little bit longer. It's a hybrid squeegee blade, yes. Still my favorite. Tri-Edge came out with some new squeegee blades. I still like the hybrid better. You know, I gotta tell you, squeegee blades, not exactly the easiest of businesses. Getting the right material is really difficult. What film do you typically use? GeoShield films. We're using their Apex. It is a dual layer ceramic. I likes it. Couple things. We gotta scrub this one. Blade it. Oh, let's put this in my pocket then. I am tethered. I almost forget. It's like getting rained on. Any experience with Union? No. No, but nice people. They run our ads, even though we're not Union. And it's helped out a bunch. I just don't know. I haven't. It's because I haven't asked. I could ask them. I'm like, hey, where do your films come from? But I have no idea. They're not a manufacturer, but I know they're not shipping garbage. I just don't know what it is. Walmart does make the best tint. Comes in a variety of colors and lip shades. Is the sunroof extra? Yeah, we charge extra for it. If everybody did it, we would have like varying pricing blah blah blah, depending on the type of roof it was. But we would make it part of a package. It's just super uncommon for us to do, but not weird to do. 'Cause most people like don't ask, and they have a shade, unless it's like an EV. But then it's like, there we go. I want to tilt it just a little bit more. It's just a few things because there's a shade. Most people don't end up getting it tinted, and then once they hear that it's also 20%, they're also like, I kind of like where it's at actually. How long were you cutting by hand until you transitioned to a plotter? I still hand cut. I hand cut this sunroof. It wasn't in the plotter. Plotter is just, it's an efficiency tool that's a little less accurate. So if you're newer to tint, they'll definitely help you up because you know, inevitably suck at hand cutting and you got to practice that. So that's just part of it. But when you're more efficient, plotter's not really gonna speed you up on just a car. On certain cars, it definitely will. And on certain windows, it'll definitely cut faster. But just like comparing like one car to an... Shut up. Hey, I hope my camera doesn't die. Okay. Did we... Nope. There we go. Wow, I got it plugged back in one-handed and with my teeth. That was weird. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about plotters again. What cars is best to use a plotter on? So like a truck slider window. Truck slider windows. definitely can cut those out way faster using a plotter. Jeep Wrangler back window, SUV rear windows a lot of times faster just using a plotter than trying to see through and cut by hand. There's quite a few windows that'll outpace your average person trying to hand cut. But where a plotter falls short most of the time is precision. So top edge on door windows. That's where they fall short a lot of times. Core is really good, and it's the software I've been using lately. Computer cut, I think, would be a fair alternative if Core. I always forget they exist, though. That's what's annoying, is I think of the other ones because they get talked about, but nobody really talks about Computer Cut. Probably because it's $250 a month and everything else is cheaper. But just like Tint, there's a lot of people that think, ooh, cheaper software has the pattern, so they got to be the same. No. No, a lot of pattern companies suck at the only thing that they're supposed to be good at. We strictly do automotive as a business right now. If I was more ambitious, I would find somebody to fill the flat glass leads that we're currently getting, but right now we're just telling people we don't do it. Do you feel that teaching others to tint can reduce future customers for yourself? Yeah, there's definitely been pros and cons. The more people that do it, on the one hand, there's more competition. So, huh?
Don't teach anybody. You need to keep it secret.
That's right. Keep it secret. But on the other hand, more awareness helps grow the entire industry, because without mass adoption, you don't really have cool things like better ceramic films or choice or awesome variety of tools to work with. But because there's more and more people there, there's more stuff available. And then as more people do it, there's more awareness. I think window tint's not small. But I don't think it's as big as what it can be. I think it can be much bigger than it is. I have the biggest window tint Facebook group, woo, but it's like a third of the size of the largest Camaro group. So like Camaro owners club or something like that has like 300 something thousand people. Ours has like 100,000, and that's the biggest like window tint group there is. And ours isn't about any specific car. So I think the whole thing is probably infinitely bigger than what people like than what it could be is probably infinitely bigger than what it is now. But it's still one of the last hanging on auto accessory things that is very cool, that has decent margins and you can grow a business off of. a lot of them have fallen off and died as OEMs adopt them. Window tint's going to be around for quite a while. Do you clay bar every window? No. Generally just the back windows along the defroster lines. I used to do it a bit more. Top edges on doors is still good. So you can still definitely do it on more than that. It definitely doesn't hurt. But I tend to use a razor blade on everything else. I hate Camaros. Well, that doesn't mean that they don't have a bigger group than we do. It's funny, though. That's literally one car. One type of car is bigger than the entirety of all window film. How expensive are plotters? They range a couple grand up through like 8 or 9 grand is really at the top end for them. But on the budget end, you have like super budget, which would be like a Vivar, which may or may not work. You have ones that will definitely work that are a little bit more expensive, the workhorse plotters or the Titan ones. And then you have up from there, Jag. Jag, Vinyl Express, and then at the top end you have Roland and then Graphtec. Let's recruit people from the Camaro group. Let's go. Let's go to all the Facebook groups and go, hey, you're a car group. We tint cars. Join our group. What is a good way to clean your tint if it has fingerprints? Just glass cleaner and microfiber. This is the one we just used. Spray away. Why do people turn down flat glass? Because I don't want to leave my garage. It's just a different thing. So it's a very good business, but every business deserves and needs attention. And if you don't give it attention, it can turn around and make you regret it. So I just have to find and take the time to find the right person to fill that role, and then we can feed them leaves and send them out and do flat glass work. But I don't have the time to be the one that does it. Mark was doing them for a little while, and then we took on a different program. So, time running around. But yeah, we get some leads. I just get shiny syndrome. So it's like, ooh, what's that? Let me do that. Ooh, that looks fun. Have you ever done mobile? I was mobile for about 5 years. Did it a few different ways. Most people, when they think mobile, they think running around from house to house. I'm pretty convinced that that is and almost always will be a grind because you just don't have enough time. It's like the worst of everything. It's like you generally, when you go somewhere, you only have one car to tint. And then you have to figure out where you're going to tint it. And so a lot of places that you go to, they don't have garage with space. They don't have good lighting. They don't have a clean space. You're in a driveway or whatever else. You're in a parking garage. So it just makes the whole thing really difficult. But you can still do mobile. But the way I would look at it is going to a place where you don't have to worry about a whole lot. You can partner up with other shops. They are already talking to clients. They have people that are interested in window tint. They just don't have somebody to come in and do it. So one of their weaknesses is generally volume. So they'll have like a few people on one day, but because they don't really have a tinter, they're never really able to build up much of a program. But they're looking for somebody, but because they don't have a solid program, they don't have somebody that stays long term. So if you are that guy, you give them 1 or 2 days a week, depending on how much work they can get you. You tell them like Tuesday is your day. You schedule cars for Tuesday. And then you show up on Tuesday and you knock out a bunch of cars. They cash out the customers. They handle them. They figure out what shades are going on the car, and you just worry about tinting them. So then you get a bunch of repeat business and more clients, and you just make more money, and you don't have to run around everywhere. So you're still mobile. You don't have overhead. You just have your film and your tools, and you just show up, do a bunch of work, get a check at the end of the day or at the end of the week. That was the way I did mobile. I had a lot more fun doing that, but mobile is only so fun. Eventually you want like a fixed location. But I have some live streams going back from like a glass shop that I tinted at and another place that I tinted at. So before I had this place, I was at my dad's place. I worked for a handful of different companies and did mobile work. And then I was at a home garage and doing this. And then if I didn't get notices from the city, I'd probably still be in the home garage. That was a nice setup. It was like, at the time, it was like $1,600 a month. And I could easily do like over $1,000 in a day just on tint. I was like, this is awesome. My rent's included. I don't have to leave. But not every city is okay with you tinting from a residential location, so check with your cities. Just final touch up on this one, going along the ends. So if I had any little creases or something, I'm just going to make sure that they're pressed out. How important is going... There we go. Sorry. Just listening to some other ones too. So, heat after is optional. I use it for touch-ups. So there's the points that I fold the tint, and I'm not putting like a hard crease fold. Fold's such a strong word. But we do put some light bends in the film. And those are behind the seals. So you'll generally have a small white fold line or bend. You apply some heat, You start at the end, you push all the air out, and it's gone. So I always check all the doors in those spots, make sure there's nothing there. And there could be a small bend from like here. Here we got 1, 2 little things right here. The only thing is a little bit of air in there. Press that out. So it just needs to be dried. So you just push the air out and it's behind a seal. It's gone. But if that same type of thing was in the middle of the window, you could still press the air out, but you're gonna see generally a light distortion if it's in the middle of the window. But on the edges, everything's tucked behind a seal. So you can be a little bit more rough with that kind of stuff. What kind of tint do you recommend for beginners to practice with? For now, T-View. You can find it on Amazon for like just under $100 for a roll. It's a cheap dyed film. I don't know how long it would last, but you do not need to spend a ton of money on an expensive roll of film, especially when the majority of it's going to end up in the trash just for learning how to shrink and install. You want something that feels inexpensive because you don't want to be worried about making mistakes. You're going to make plenty of mistakes. But you want to be able to like, okay, I tinted this window. It looks good. I'm going to now take that nice looking window and I'm going to throw it in the trash and I'm going to do it again. And then I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to do it again. So like during the classes, we actually practice with really good stuff during the classes. But after they like, how's this window look? We check it over. Oh, looks great. Nice job. Throw it out and do it again. It's just you need that kind of repetition. How do you not lift a corner of a window edge with a sharp squeegee? So the edges, I use like a tri-edge card. It's got this really nice, like it's a really nice plastic that's not going to scratch up your film. These are basically made so things don't stick to them. So when we're sliding this into a seal, it's just not the type of rubber that would pull back and grab the film. But a rubber squeegee could definitely do that. Slender Man. How much tint? Oh, for a 2006 Corolla, it would be the same price range as this one. So we have a few different options. All the sides and the rear would start at $299. If you want to do everything with the windshield, it would start at $450. That's it. We're done with this one. Oh, are we? Hang on. Let me double check this back window. Where do I buy one like that? 313tint.com. Yes. We just got a little bit of water here. We have all the good tint tools. We carry, I think we carry anything worth, almost everything worth carrying. I'm sure there's a few things that is like, oh yeah, I still want to get that. But just about everything that I use and stuff that is like always worth using, because there's so many tint tools, and I feel like there's a lot of ones that are just not quite as good as certain other ones, but there is still personal preference. So We carry a lot of good stuff. I found that a quality HP film is the best bang for your buck. Not, yeah, no, not really. Yes, it could be. HP's fine. It's got metal. So it has a history of blocking phone signals and stuff. So there's still a little bit of that. But it'll reflect some heat away rather than absorb it. It's just a little bit of a different way of doing film. Definitely not near as popular, but it depends on the company that you pick it up from, because everybody's prices is all over the place. So it might be a really good option from one company and then just not a very compelling option from another one. I would personally still go with a carbon over an HP. But I mean, I installed Pro Classic too, so there's always there's a range. I'm more interested in like a full range from a company, not just like one particular film. But HP film can still be good, for sure. How much to tint a rear window on an 06 Monte Carlo? Just the back window would be $120. What do you think about Rogue? Rogue is Solar FX, everybody's brand. I haven't used it. It's the film that they sell you if you are in somebody's territory doing solar effects. So I don't know if it's the same stuff. I don't know if it's different. It's just their brand for a different film. I have mixed feelings on that. Because so Lumar, they have their Formula One program. So you can still have Lumar film, which is the appeal of Lumar, right? It's just you have to be an elite dealer to get access to their best films. So it's a bit of something to work for, but everybody that's Lumar gets to carry the Lumar brand. Solar effects, like if you're shopping for Rogue, you're just looking for like a good all-rounder budget window film. And they might be fine, but Geo's got a little bit more status than Rogue would. So I would just get Geo instead. This is how I feel about a lot of just like pure budget alternatives. It's like, it's not that they're bad films. It says now there's films that have a little bit more weight behind them that I don't have to worry about a territory. So I would just do that. All right. Sweet. This one is all set. Looks good. Let me take a picture. Does mirror tint last? If it's a reflective architectural film, yes. If it's just some whatever stuff off of Amazon, maybe. You wouldn't know until you had it for a long time. There's a lot of mirrored and colored and chameleon films that fade really quickly. And so you just don't know until you put it on something. Do you still have architectural film on your Model 3? I do, and it still works. We haven't treated it well. But yeah, I'm gonna pull this one out and I can show you. It's still on there. I just don't wash my car much. It's been through classes. It's dirty. I would treat it more, I would think of it exactly like a wrap. But it has not bubbled. It is not peeled. It's, if you treat it well, it is 100% worth having. It keeps the roof legitimately 40 degrees cooler. This summer will be 2 years that I've had it on. But it's an exterior architectural film. Like it's doing not exactly what it's designed for, but it's not far off. It's literally window tint on the outside of a window. I haven't had any roof issues. It keeps the roof cooler. If anything, it was a good move for my car. I'm looking as I'm pulling this out. I just need to focus on actually pulling this car out. Looking at the I'm so like tunnel visioned when I tint a car. I'm like 100% looking at the windows and the windshield and how does this look? How did it turn out? Here we go. Are you still on? You were still on. That's why you're. Oh, this seat covers. I got it. I've left that in so many customers, and then they get in their car, and then they see the seat cover, and they bring it right back in, and they're like, "Hey, you forgot your seat cover." And we have a good laugh. So there you go. That's 50 on the windshield. It's such a nice shade. It a little bit of shade to the windshield, and almost the illusion that it's darker than it is. But from certain angles, it's like, is there tint on that? And then we did 35 on the front doors, 20 on the rear. It's like my ideal, this is kind of like my most popular request. People that are like, yeah, never really had window tint. Ceramic sounds cool. Want to block some heat, but I don't want to feel like I'm going to get pulled over for it. It's like, well, have we got a film for you? Let me sing him the VeggieTales theme song. So this is the same. This is 50 on the windshield, 35 on the front doors, and then 20. I do this to show people the contrast between the two. So if they're on the fence like, hey, I don't really know what 20% looks like, or 35, I show them this, and it's a pretty quick decision. But this is the roof. There we go. That's it. Looks nice. Is shiny. One of the harder parts that I had was trimming the edges. So it overlapped here a little bit, and I never trimmed it shy, so that's why this edge is up, and we've scrubbed it down with literal scrub pads and squeegeed it off. But that was one of the trickier things, because you want to get it trimmed back from the edge a little bit. So if you're cutting right on the edge, it's gonna overlap. But it works really well. It's held up fine. It's not, minus that little corner for my bad, but it's not peeling off. It's not all bubbled. Keeps the roof cooler. I would definitely sell it. What is on the roof? Tint. I did exterior 2020. So I'll pull it up really quick. Then I gotta cash this guy out. And you could do it across the entire back window. But if you hang around, I might clean it off and show you. It was a difficult shrink. But exterior 2020. Don't really know why that picture didn't load. That's weird. I guess I'll have to reload that. But they have interior and exterior. And exterior 2020 is just, it's a 20% film made for the outside, and it's a reflective film. So on houses, you might not be able to tint the inside windows. You might have to, like, tint on the outside might be the only option for those windows. So exterior films exist for that. And that film does shrink. So it's classified as an architectural film, but there's no reason you can't put it on car windows. So I wanted to do the entire back. I just never got around to doing it. It was a really difficult window to shrink. So doing that across the entire rear, I just didn't feel like it. But I know it would, the right Tesla people would jump on it, 100%. I just don't want to, I don't want to attract those people, really. So it was something I did for myself, and I post about it here and there. What's the most frequent shade tint request? 20? 20 is definitely the most frequent. And then it's kind of a coin flip. Some people will go 35 or they'll go 5, but 20 is the most popular. Windshield's 50. We do less full darker stuff than we do full lighter stuff. So the one today, like 35 on the fronts, 50 on the windshield, that's super common for us to do. Oops. I gotta... Yeah, like this one, Jason, he just scheduled front doors and a windshield. Oh no, he wants a quote, and he's like, I'm thinking clear, very light tint on the windshield and something between 20 on the front doors. We get asked about that a ton. So let me open this up. Good, keys over there. I gotta do my check-in form. Here. Is he still up front? Yes. Yes, he is. We gotta get him out of here. Is that a scam? Is what a scam? I got quoted 1,000 for a GeoShield tint on my Benz. It's definitely high for GeoShield, but tint prices will range on area a lot. So it just depends on like who you called. Like we would do it for less, most likely, but I don't know if he's in like, if you're in California, I don't know where you are. Oh, is it a scam? That's what you're asking. What state are you in? I can help answer that a little bit more. Tint job, full vehicle plus windshield. Tint job cost $750. Front doors was $35. Back doors was $20. Back window was $20. Windshield was $50. And then sunroof. Sunroof we did $35. Submit. Florida. That's honestly surprising because you hear Florida, like people beat you up on price. You definitely can get good films for less than that, but places are places. Okay, why is it? Oh. Huh. So is it still down? Oh, so we can't even do an invoice. Well, at least we can run a payment. It's all set. Thank you for your patience. You want to go take a look?
Yeah,
And we'll get you all cashed out?
How'd it go?
Good, really good.
Running any problems?
No, just a little bit longer since we did the sunroof. And that extra little small window down there. It's just when you split windows up, it'll take a little bit longer.
Oh, man, that looks so much better.
Quite a bit different, huh?
Yeah.
Really changes the look of it.
Next few days, is it better to park outside or inside?
It is. It just, it's not required by any means, but this moisture,
Will this stuff go away?
yes,
Okay.
that
How long
dries
would you
out.
say?
So it'll take about 2 to 3 days for most of it to dry out. Sometimes all of it dries out within that time, up to a week. So we put some tape on the switches. Oh, I gotta grab those tools. Those fell out of my belt.
Oh, so don't put the windows up and down for a while?
Yeah, just for a couple days. Leave them up for like 2 days. You'll be totally fine. Those will dry out faster.
Okay.
It's just the windshield. You'll generally have a little bit more moisture that'll sit in there for a little bit longer is all.
Yeah. Nah, it looks awesome.
Thank you.
Let me just sit inside.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Good.
It's great.
Good. I hope we picked the right shades on it.
Yeah. I'll be back if I want to go darker.
Oh, okay.
But no, I think that'll work.
Okay, cool.
I shouldn't spend much on that car, but we'll see.
I'll meet you around on that side. We're having a little trouble with our software is down, but we can still run a payment. And then once that comes back,
Do you
we'll
need a
kick you an
physical
invoice.
card, or can you do like Apple Pay?
We can do Apple Pay. That's totally fine. So you left the deposit that comes right off the top. So you are 700 left in the balance.
Okay.
It's connected to your headphones, so
Thank you.
yeah.
I was wondering why it even got turned back on, and then I went to run a payment. I was like, oh. But yeah, thank you. We can email you a receipt from here, and then we'll get you the official invoice as soon as our software is back up.
Okay.
What's your email?
Wolverine, like the animal, and
Wolverine
then the number's 313
313
at Yahoo.
at yahoo.com. All right, that is sent. Here's your key. And then one more thing. When you go to clean the windows, just use a soft microfiber. You can find them all over the place, but this is yours to take with you. And then also ammonia-free glass cleaner. That's kind of important. So if you use ammonia glass cleaner, it's not going to hurt it right away. It's just extended use. It starts wearing
like
away at the
Windex,
tint. It starts,
ammonia.
yeah. Windex has an ammonia-free and an ammonia one. Just make sure the bottle always says ammonia-free, but this will get you going for a long time. So those are yours to take with you.
Awesome.
All right.
Cool.
Any questions or anything else for me?
No.
All right. Well,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
so
Thank
much
you.
for bringing it in.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good one.
Okay, take care. You want this shut?
No, you're fine. You can leave it open.
So it's way bigger than just us. It's Cloudflare. Google services are.
There it is.
So everybody uses Cloudflare for everything.
I knew it.
Google's down. Some AI services are down.
Or I didn't know. I had a hunch.
There's a huge.
Because if it's like, oh, super base, but
There's already an article about it. That's how bad it is.
yeah. Yeah, you're talking. You're like, it's like when Facebook went down. It's like if it wasn't just Facebook, it's like the whole infrastructure, and then everybody uses it, so then it goes.
Cloudflare's like one of the biggest private networks on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, so many. You go to their website and it does a Cloudflare check. How much battery do I have left on this thing? Whoa, they charged it up fast. It's at 63. That's cool. Okay.
Spotify, Google, Snapchat, AWS, Google Meet, Cloudflare, UPS is down.
Is YouTube down?
Azure.
Ah, the Pokemon trading card game. Dang. Let's take his back off ultra wide. Wait, what? Oh, no, don't tell me it's Shopify. Okay, that's sad. We use Shopify, so that's not good. Let me see. As long as our website loads, then I won't be too sad. But I wonder if checkout is impacted because of that. No, our website loads, so that's good. So if I try and like load my store, ooh, or orders, for example, yikes. Okay. Oh, I gotta grab a towel and stuff. Are you having problems doing orders or are they still going out?
I just did one like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, good. Whew. If it's working, sweet.
Yeah, I've ordered down detector quite a bit. I've never seen like 100 things on here that are all down.
Yeah. Okay. So this, I'm gonna scrub this really quick. Aw, this is all messed up on this camera right now. I don't recommend taking a scrubby pad to your window tint, but just to help clean this off really quick, we're gonna treat it like a window tint. Ooh, it's shiny. So it's held up really well overall. It still looks great. I don't see any like weird distortions in it. We just got some small scuffs because tint class and scrubby pads and that kind of whatnot. But there's some areas here. Where can I see that? Yeah, right here. That have a little bit of ghosting. So some angles are hard to see it, but they're a little bit like frosty white or cloudy. And the film shrank really fine up to about this part. And then I had to slow down a lot. And then so you're pushing it with a ton of heat. So if you just have films with color or reflective, you can basically fry them to where it just what is called ghosting. So there's some of those in there. I'm placing an order on GeoShield. What tint do you recommend? Let me throw this back on and we'll go up front. It's easier when I'm not carrying around a tripod. I was thinking C2 Carbon or Pro Classic. Yeah, let me explain their films really quick. So they have 5 different automotive films. We carry 3 of them. They have Pro Classic, which would be over here, then Carbon, C2 Carbon, C2 Ceramic, and then Pro Nano would be in the same spot. And then you have Apex. The simplest way to break it down is Pro Classic is a color stable dyed film. Great film. There's just no performance other than it looks great. Carbon will block out some heat depending on how dark that you go. So in the really light shades, it doesn't block out much heat at all. So in like the 50 range, doesn't block out much heat. You get darker. This blocks out quite a bit of heat actually, but you have to go really dark for it to do that. Ceramic will block out more heat in all the shade ranges. So you can go as light as you want and still block out a ton of heat. So this is C2 ceramic. Pro Nano is an alternative to this one. More on that in a minute, but C2 ceramic has one layer of ceramic. This is Apex Ultra. This is the same type of film, but with 2 layers of ceramic instead of 1. So it's a 2 mil film instead of a 1.5 mil, 2 layers of ceramic, basically making it double the performance. So you're still blocking out a ton of heat with the C2, but that you're blocking out like really, I'll show you guys on the heat box here. So let's turn on this meter, turn on our box, start out with this. Meter's at 300. This is just a standard 20% film. Meter's at 300. When we switch it over to this right here, C2 ceramic, that number goes from 300 down to 83. Same shade, just 1 layer of ceramic drops it down a ton. So you can feel just a little bit of heat coming through there, not much at all. And then you go to 2 layers and it drops it down to 37. So basically in half again. So hardly anything. This, for kicks and giggles, was 2 layers of Apex. And that dropped it down to 5. Pretty crazy. So for a first film, carbon's going to be all around just better on performance. But if you want just a good film to like practice with and you would still be confident with it on people's cars, Pro Classic is a way to save a little bit of money. And it's a great user-friendly film. So I installed it for a number of years. I would just go with Pro Classic. The different types of film, like it's a coin flip really. But if like performance is a way to sell a job. So if somebody is on the fence and they start asking, well, what type of film do you use? Then that's where film type matters more. But if somebody's just like, hey, I want my windows tinted, how much? There's no reason Pro Classic would be a bad choice. What about Pro Nano? Oh, yeah. I got the slide. Let me show you guys that quick. And then I'm gonna hop off here. This, let me run back up front. This is Pro Nano. And I don't mean to throw Pro Nano under the bus. I've used it for a long time. But let me show you why we switched to C2 ceramic. So Pro Classic and Pro Nano, those are sister films basically. They come from like the same factory, same manufacturer. C2 ceramic versus Pro Nano. The C2 ceramic has a much better color tone throughout, where when you get to like the 50s, like a tad bit on the blue side, which is so light you don't notice. 35 though, 35 is like tannish brown. 20 was never really an issue, but now looking at them like side by side with this, the C2 ceramic's more neutral. So it's just like across the board. Pro Nano, it was a slightly better performer for a long time. Like it was a better performer, and then they improved C2 ceramic, and it's just got a more neutral color shade range. So we went from, if you were 20 or 5 or 50, there were no questions or issues, but 35, that's what really killed it for me. Whenever somebody wanted like their windshield done in 35 Pro Nano, I was like, all right. It's a little strong on the colors. What were your rates for tinting again? Your standard four-door car, everything with the windshield is going to be $450 for carbon, $550 for C2 ceramic, and $650 for Apex. Without a windshield, it's $299 for carbon, $350 for C2 ceramic, and then $450 for Apex. Just get window shades. Yeah, okay. Or that. Stunt car driver 10. Are you doing ceramic tint or normal tint? We do both. It depends on what people want to get. Is C2 ceramic better than Pro Nano? As far as heat goes, no. Pro Nano's slightly better. But Pro Nano is not quite as good on colors. So C2 ceramic has better colors. It depends on what part of the film. All right. With Lamau 650. I know. It's expensive. But that's why we have different options. Not everybody can afford it. On my sides are scratched, but I'm not too worried about it. But they're from the inside. So if your windows are scratched, the scratches will show. If the tint is scratched, tint could be replaced. But it might be grit in your seals that are causing that. That's usually the case. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to hop off here. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you.